Well then, hello there, how you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Hopefully you all have been having a good day and continue to have a good time on the stream, everybody. Welcome. Don't mind me, I may sound a little tired right now, simply because of the fact that I stayed up until like 4 or 5 a.m. because I was watching... For some reason, I was watching a lot of reviews of Code Wayne. But hello, Miascarada, Labris, GSG, Cleaves. Welcome all of you to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Well, I hope you have a good shopping session, Cleaves. Hello, Patman. Welcome to the stream as well. But yes, the reason why I may sound tired was because I went to sleep very late, like in the early morning, because I was watching Code Wayne reviews. Why? Because lo and behold, me best bud, as in me best American bud, gifted me Code Wayne while it was on sale. So we played together. We sat there, we played together with the multiplayer in it. It's a Souls-like. Okay. I'm still unsure if we're back or not, but we should be back, actually. I heard Code Wayne was a good time. And that was all you heard. Okay, so, to explain. Very simply, if I lagged too hard in the last few minutes, me American Best Bud gifted me Code Wayne and dragged me to a play session. I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. I ended up liking it, and it's my first quote-unquote real action game. Like, honestly, I tried to think on what the fuck was my last action game. Nothing comes to mind. Absolutely nothing comes to mind. Simply because of the fact that I have just not been playing action games. So, yeah, I had to stop stream and then start stream again from the OBS side. So, it got fixed, don't worry. But yeah, my first Souls-like where... It's a good one to start with as an entry point into Souls-like and action RPGs in general, to be fair. So yeah, I've been having a good day. All I did yesterday was fucking play Code Wayne for about 6 hours, 2 hours with Bestie, and then the other 4 hours on a separate save file on my own. It's the best way I can describe Code Wayne is it embraces its anime roots to its limit, and also it's an endearing janky game at times. And as somebody who just never plays action games, it's a good time. At least for me. It's a good time. And yes, I'm gonna be one of those people who just be on ranged all the time. But yeah, anyways, that's what I've been doing, and I'm probably questioning, would any of you be interested in a Code Wayne playthrough? So something about myself, if I like something enough, in a short period of time I can get very obsessive about it. But yeah, I was kind of pondering on it. Like, since all I'm doing is Limbus, Arknight's Enfield is coming out like towards the end of January, and then what's it called? So I could have like Code Wayne be the other game I play. But yeah. That's what I was doing. But yeah, hello Rimachi, welcome to the stream, how you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and you continue to have a good time on stream. Can't deny it really. I'd say it's a game that is better played through yourself. Through yourself, okay. Because as much as I enjoyed the Limbus streams, I was kind of looking to try something new until like the end of January. So like for a month on the channel. But yeah, since it's also gonna be, it can actually end up bleeding into, because I'm thinking about the game, right? And from what I know, it can end up being a lot, and I absolutely mean a lot of just trial and error, not learning things, trying to learn things, and stuff like that. Hello, Vergon. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Hopefully you've been having a good day and didn't have a good time on stream. I'll think on it. I'll think on it. I'll think on if I want to do like a Code Wayne something or not. Well, definitely. But hey, if it comes to be a thing, sure. If it doesn't come to be a thing, sure. Cause as much as I would want to go for it, there are other interests of mine that I'm gonna be diving into for, you know, at the start of January, as I've said in previous streams. So I think for now, I'll just, as much as it's a little tempting, I first of all wouldn't have the time, so I'll just simply, what's it called? Yeah, I'll just simply play it on my own, for the most part. Because I think about it again, yeah, it's just not gonna make sense. Well, let's see. I know, Cleves. Masquerada was just saying, like, put it up on support, simply because I can play him. I can try out ID. Why not? I'm not against it. And since we're getting closer and closer to the current level cap, it's kind of like, well, the blatant over-leveling would have less ramifications on the combat, so to speak. Or you can make it something that you stream on the Discord every now and then. I probably will do that, because honestly, I literally just did that yesterday. I hopped on Discord and played Code of Wayne for like 4 or 5 hours on it. Anyways. Right, we went through the familiar siren, then Intervello 4.5, Murder on the Warp Express. Cause why not? 6.5, 16, first class. First class? Oh, we're getting a first class ticket. Interesting. Well then, let us continue. I think that's enough rambling around. Let's start the actual stream. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, Pico. Ah, Pico. Pico. Where is the location? Got into a fancy first class flash freeze hibernation capsule, then we were supposed to arrive at Pico after a quick blink of an eye, but...
제대로 듣고 계신 건가요?
Oh, there's an emergency. The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we are now stranded at some lost unknown dimension.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만.
I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but what? What in the hell happened? First things first. Hey, a quick teaser. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago.
다음 행선지는 워프 열차입니다.
Dante. That is exactly how the last Intervello ended. And the sinner started... and the sinner started... They were sufficiently surprised. What? Yeah, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilus for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Ah, it's this one. Hold on. Dondine. I must have misheard.
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈키호테.
I'm quite certain you didn't. And he addresses Don by his full name. Okay.
너희들은 지금부터 T4의 워프 열차
We're now en
승강장으로
route to the
간다.
T-Corp Warp train station. Hello, Callum Murphy. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. This is the last time we're getting the voices for Intervello for a few months. Hey, gotcha.
워프 열차의 승강장에 무언가 문제가 있는 것이로군. 그것을 해결하러 가는 것이 아마도 우리의 임무 아니겠는가?
The warp train must have something that must be resolved here indeed. A quest that must be simply addressed at the station. Yes?
워프 열차 승강장에 또 뒤틀림이라도 나타났나?
Did distortion pop up? What happened?
소일거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. 하지만 그것도 아니다.
Disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no.
T4로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다. 문자 그대로 받아들이면 될
There's nothing
일이지.
between the lines, so don't try reading into it. We're boarding warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at OW Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. Oh, lovely, isn't it? I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their own 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Ah.
인격을 사용했을 때의 기억은 흐릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
Share the identities.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는 부분은 확실했다.
Can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
It's that 10 Ah, that's what they do. It's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches the dimension, they just wipe the passengers' memories.
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요. 지루함을 이기지 못해서.
Uh-huh.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Sounds like I finally might have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities, memories, or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process of intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. So there is a filtering system while we do employ the identities as such, while the while the antagonist group doesn't really have any of that, from what it seems like, from what it seemed like in Canto 6 at least. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
Have already been anticipated.
파우스트군? 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가? 본인한테만 미리 살짝이라도 알려주지 그랬어.
Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this?
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를 해결할 방법도 준비해 두었습니다.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이
Not
있다고요?
getting on the train, so what is it?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
What about the boss?
카론도 반대. 메피 말고 다른 걸 타면 메피 밥은 누가 줘?
No need to defeat Murphy when Charon's gone.
파우스트 씨,
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물 칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토 팰레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 움직이게 되죠.
Okay.
또한 LCB 소속 전원은
And the LCB will?
1등석을 통해 이동할 예정입니다.
First class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier.
1등석이라면 부자놈들의 지정석 같은데 아니냐?
Before those pompous tops. Hello, Roy. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome.
누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 앞자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
And then sold into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 전 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
Why are you glaring at me like that? I've never been in one.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데 회사 재정 괜찮은 거 맞아?
As expensive as 3 or 4 months salary of a first year wing employee. Huh. Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for us each?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern.
개인 캡슐 프라이빗 뭐 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가 개인별로 제공된다고 들었는데.
Yes, personalized private capsule.
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는
Promotional language.
급속
Okay.
동면 캡슐입니다.
Flash freeze hibernation capsules.
워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안전적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
Oh, they've been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to B. Passengers will feel as though the trip is over in the blink of an eye.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrences quite seldom.
그러게 원래 같았으면
Right.
길자비 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워 보내주려나 했는데.
In the economy class.
구태여 전원을 앉히기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지만
They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and the nominate vice access to those seats.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해
Yeah.
고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
Oh, definitely.
역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등석이라 해도 워프 열차 자체가 영 꺼림칙한 곳이기도 하고
Not really.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요. 아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
Ah. Ishmael, who had been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까 저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면
Cassie will
되는
shut her eyes
거라고요.
and snooze through the entire ride
옛날에
until
재정이
all
더
that
좋았을
messes.
무렵에는
The car
기념품도
blows
하나씩
over.
줬었다고 했는데.
I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances weren't in the gutter and...
모험에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고
Can
쉬어갈
adventure
때가
without
필요한 법.
respite.
언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 뉘울 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
And even the hero may deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quiet inn. Indeed. I don't know, 10,000 fucking years, something like that, if I remember. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Most morbid things don't faze me that much. After seeing Made in Abyss, I was like, yeah, it just doesn't. It just straight up doesn't. Especially season 2. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first class seats of warp trains. So I don't care that much about literally anything. Yeah, I like when you see shit like that and get so emotionally impacted, you're just like, yeah, the shock value of the morbidity or whatever the fuck Lovetown is, it's completely gone. Hello, Thumbcap, Boris. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of the warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
I will board the train if I must.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 아비 교환을 감상하는 재미가 없을 텐데.
I prefer the scenic route. I don't want to miss out on all the fun. Vigilius pretended to not hear Ryushi's question.
좋아. 그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 출발하도록 하지.
Hello, welcome to the stream. Russian username. I don't know how to pronounce it. But welcome regardless. Hope you have a good time on stream. Then I assume that we are all in agreement. Yep.
저 가장 중요한 질문이 남아 있네.
Important. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고.
Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
1등석이란 공간에선
In the first class seat.
신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실인가?
I have heard that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. doth that claim hold water?
어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을?
Come from the sun.
소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데
I've overheard aught from those we have walked past here today, and
1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자. 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오.
what am I, stupid?
참말인가? 이스마엘 군?
Does the traveler speak truth, Ishmael?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 저도 타본 적은 없단 말이에요.
아.
홍보 책자에 그런 내용은 없었는데. 잠시만요.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한 치도 떨어져서는 안 되는 사이여야 하네.
All guarantees like the ugly shoes of.
로신한테를 저 홈상도전 히스칼리 부근의 신발장과 같이 내버려둘 수는 없어.
Oh, yeah. Bro, I was actually wondering, what is Don's Rocinante? It's her boots. It's her boots.
이게 진짜
불빛 시선께 부탁하네. 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
Allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, and if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
Keep your shoes on. Interesting. Oh, hello, Faust. The Northern Fixer. Oh? Okay. We're going in these pods, I guess. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Punchline, you took your shoes off because I told you to. You'll never take my shoes off. Hello, Inflame. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. So this is... Dawn shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of those massive structures in them.
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Moorsault with his chin. Hello, Alimax. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명하다. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
What? Has been built with a general philosophy that draws from its respective nests' architectural idiosyncrasies. Oh, so it's more local. So the architecture is more localized to the culture of each nest. That's interesting. It can be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. Aha. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Moorsault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time.
메르소군!
Young Moorsault.
저자는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
Is that passenger over yonder one from the west?
아니다. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속재 방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은 남북을 따지지 않지만 서부에서는 보기 드문 동부의 복식이기에
throughout the population of North and South, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Okay.
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 메모를 해야 하니.
For I must make a record of thy lecture. She's taking notes.
그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
Oh. In part regarding the fashion of the northern region. She's interested about the northern region. I have once spied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting clothes. Understandably so, given the colder climate of the region.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰해 보면 알 수 있다.
Ooh, first-hand observation. Oh no, she saw Fixer. Huh? 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration.
대체 뭐야? 귀가 멀어버릴 뻔했잖아.
Fixer from the north.
우리도 마찬가지였거든.
나는 고막 가창음악대를 넓혀놨다고. 정신 나갈 뻔했네.
Holy shit.
워프 열차 처음 타보는 촌놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야?
Stop it, Don. You're scaring away Fixers. Hello, Jersey Saint Mac. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. I couldn't actually band of Fix who's never even seen a warp train before.
아이씨, 이거도 얹어 왔는데 목표를 놓쳐서 짜증나 있는 상태인데.
Quick, just skate. I love this.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
Guys, is that obvious we've never been on a warp train before?
심지어 워프 열차 왕복권은 내 삽이었다고.
Round trip ticket fee came straight off my damn pocket.
아이 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면.
Each holding a weapon to boot.
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도 괜찮겠는가? 오, 그래, 그 포즈로! 이왕이면 5분 정도만 가만히.
미쳤냐?
The Fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few days venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
역시 도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은 많군.
The city of sundry hot personalities. I'm looking at one right now, Don.
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을걸요.
I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing.
전신이 의체인 사람은
Full
역시
body prosthetics.
도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
That's when Virgil slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
We'll rendezvous at the destination.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
Not right alongside us.
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다.
Ah, but the color title must board a train specifically prepared for them instead. You get the special treatment.
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
First class.
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
Special treatment from the wings, no matter where he goes.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어. 매피.
Maybe we'll be lonely.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지
People aren't
않았나.
allowed aboard the
화물
cars.
칸에는
Okay.
사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론. 그럼 파우스터 씨.
네,
Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away.
단테. 저희는 이쪽으로.
Okay. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Well then,
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는 걸?
our colors are starting to come back.
그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크. 아 그래, 한두 푼도 아닌데 이런 것쯤은 있어줘야지.
Colors stuff like these gotta be included and then say in pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Or something like that? Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze a solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
Oh, in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation. Right, sleeping pods in most of science fiction. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cells during the phase change. Okay. In most normal cases, this will not cause any issues.
동결 시에 발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
Crystals from frozen molecules. This model is a good one, so we don't gotta worry about that. Issues caused by cryogenic density change or by the formation of sharp ice crystals from frozen molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
The outcome will be no different from then having been no issue in the first place. Huh, interesting. Even if an issue were to arise during the journey, everyone will be reverted to the original state at the start of the train trip upon arrival. Okay, it's the strategy of, oh, don't even let the customer know what went wrong. We'll either deal with it later or fix it later.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다 재주.
Got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe. So many words, seriously.
네, 파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
As Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Of course, look at that smug Faust. We'll fix it in post. Ah. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you showing that it could be wrong? Are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠.
Faust is not err, however, Faust is also not a divine being.
파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다.
Yet to have access.
그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수 있는 것이죠.
What is said may not always align with the truth. Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
In the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Don't know about. I don't know about that. This thing will take us in the blink of an eye, huh? Northernmost corner of the city.
준비되었는가, 로신한테요. 이제부터 길고 긴 여정이 시작되는 걸세.
Long jaunt. She's trying to mimic the gallop of a horse.
그러고 보니까 돈키호테 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Do you ever wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Ruti?
아니 생각해 보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나?
Inside the whale?
그 고래가 터지면서
온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
Everything.
그랬죠.
Uh-huh.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
And do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody fishy, fleshy gunk out of her clothes?
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
This is something I really don't want to revisit, but yes.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
Whole ordeal.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy.
쟤네들 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
Sight of their beloved steed.
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
Can't say I ever witnessed tonight before.
그렇다면 이제라도 보고 듣고 기억해 두시게.
Remember it well.
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
우와. 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
Have you been one of these before? Have you been on one of these before?
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 눈 안 떨 필요는
This is
없다.
nothing to fuss over. Premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back then. Altus, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
Yes.
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
Good, but... Oh. I love how she phrased it. In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among listeners, the history of accidents that have occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared.
그게 무슨...
Beep.
곧 출발하려나 본데요.
Looks like the train's about to depart.
P사행 PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
Boarding period is ended. Warp train PW 612 bound for P-Corp. Listeners who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first class car suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Before it is too late? Oh, there's a time limit. No, why isn't this... The listeners made it into their capsules, no problem, but... I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
Are you nervous, Dante? I think so.
워프 10분 전.
Oh.
제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤
Sound as though you're leaning back in. Faust expertly... Oh! Oh, hey! That's how we... That's clearly done. Yisang. That's Honglu. That's maybe Ryoshu. Who's this? Rodia? Is that Rodia?
너무 걱정하지 마세요.
Thanks, Don. They put Don in the jar. Do not worry too much.
금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다, 단테.
We'll meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything.
우리 열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
Firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Ah. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment."
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테.
Oh. The one in the middle is Faust. Okay. But one thing I knew for sure was...
상정 외의 상황입니다.
an unexpected situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Oh boy, that was quick. The normal warp train experience. You either reach your destination, that was quick, or you're like, well then, that was quick in terms of issues occurring. Disappearing passengers. 10-second trip to disaster. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It already happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive experience. Any emotive expression. Any emotive experience. What does that mean? Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
아니요. 도착하지 않았습니다.
All the other sinners are sleeping, Faust. Huh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. Oh no. So is this train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Oh, she's slightly worried. Look at Faust's face. She's slightly worried. Slightly nervous with a sweat on the cheek, I think. Then where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
Unidentified dimension, coordinates unknown. Oh, actually, great reminder, Patman. I should probably get warm water. I did drink it, but I'll be right back. We're back. I'll be going out again in a minute. It should warm up. I believe we're currently stranded. She said, I believe. Oh my goodness, she said, I believe. Stranded in an unidentified dimension, coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of a plan that will help us out of this situation. This is all just part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
Half correct, half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners.
벌써 도착한 거야?
아닙니다.
뭐야 진짜 도착한 거야? 정말 눈 감았더니
아닙니다.
도착한 거예요? 생각보다 겁먹을 필요가 전혀 없.
아닙니다. 아닙니다.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네.
It's so silly, but I love it. But he didn't even say a thing. I have not uttered a single yet. I need me down. Faust saying no over and over again while waking up each sinner. There was a brief cheer, a little hooray about regaining our colors, followed by a flat tone explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Wow, okay. Anyways, right, the water should be warm now. I have the warm water with me. Let us continue. Hello FGS, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstances is necessary. And that brings us to the present.
아, 그러니까 지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고
This train's still running.
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을
And we are
떠돌고
drifting
있다는 거냐?
through some unknown dimension.
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는 건.
About that strike me as quite dramatic.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트, 당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거고.
And you're saying that you already knew this was going to happen. Let me just increase the volume.
그렇습니다.
Yes.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilus intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
Yeah, near immediate destruction of the physical body.
그래도 파오, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지?
No, Faust looks slightly nervous.
그렇지?
Right? Faust, whom I'd rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 쟤 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
Mass looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected happened. Though the sinner's anger was completely understandable, it also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down, then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust, all of it, and in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴
Do you
했지.
think my rag really ever did anything?
감사합니다. 그럼
After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은
As soon
W사의
as this train
착취를
arrived and any
승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요.
passengers would have been reverted. Yeah, any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms.
하지만
But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Aha! The passengers themselves were disappearing. The heck is W Corp gonna do about it when the passengers themselves are disappearing?
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
그 부분을 포함하여
That
저희가
is the
이유와
problem.
결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
Whose precise cause and effect we must determine. Did W Corp share anything to get us started?
그 점이 이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
It appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. Of course. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it, and not some other corporation. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 열어둘 수 있는 마스터 카드 키를 받았으니
We were given this MasterCard keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at any time. So you mean to say we can just go throughout the entire train and wake everyone up if we want to? Despite how tragic of a decision that's gonna be.
의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토펠레스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면
And
캡슐로
safely
돌아가
complete the rest of the
안전하게
journey
도착할 수 있겠죠.
as we had planned from the beginning.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 찾아오라고 하는 건
Without all
좀
the important
불친절한 것
pieces.
같네요. 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
Kindly explaining so many new things to us.
파우스트 씨도 마음고생이 많으셨을 것 같아요.
Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh.
그래도 뭐가 있다는 티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을 텐데.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
It's not like there's someone out there monitoring everything you say and do, right?
그건
That is. But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
Next time I'll take your inputs into account. I wonder how many jobs we get just because we're jealous vouchers for us. You know, interesting question, but yeah. Hello, the real Hui. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
It's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
Okay, what critical information that you don't want the sinners to hear? Why are we whispering? My secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
And there comes the reveal! My connection to Faust has been severed. She legitimately has no connection. So no new knowledge can be received. That near omniscience was... Yeah, now that's a huge wall for Faust, and wonder how that's going to be tackled in her own canto. I am sorry, what?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
This was the trailer hook line. Oh my... Okay. Of course, a lot of... Okay, now I see why a lot of people... When has Faust ever said, I believe? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. They only allow him... I know how many memes that spawned that single story message. She's not speaking in third person anymore. You almost made me go back. Inaccessible.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Oh wait, I have more sinners. Oh. Shit. Wait, is this where it first uses the backup team? I forgot to choose. Fuck. Anyways. Wait, what do you mean you can...
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의 의견과 정보를 아무것도 얻을 수 없다는
It's
뜻이죠.
completely severed. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도
But even that is
확실하지 않습니다.
uncertain. Hello, Mr. Rat. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then Faust, right now you're...
네. 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다.
That is in my position. Hello, Limidity Light. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. She's finally just a normal, intelligent person.
원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만
More than enough precautions
아마
have likely been taken in
파우스트는
case of
이런 예측
interdimensional
불가능한
travel.
차원과의
Perhaps Faust did not
연결까지는
take into account
상정하지
an
않았던
occasion in which
것이겠죠.
we may have to access
혹은
an unidentified dimension
상정했다
such as
한들
this. Or even if
아직
it was
교차
taken into
관측을 하지
account, this particular
못했을지도.
dimension may not have been subject to cross-observation yet. So, okay, so the different dimensions have to be cross-observed to be identified and to have some level of protection or something like that.
그것도 아니라면 아닙니다.
If that is not the case, then no, never mind.
탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다.
Not
솔직하게
as we
말해.
boarded the train, to be honest.
부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
I find myself in a somewhat perplexed state. Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything, quite literally. A source of near omniscience is gone. Now we gotta think for ourselves. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed and Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. It began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. Yeah, just imagining how much security you would have and suddenly lose. It is like, isn't this exactly like when Virgilius is either busy or can't help us? Isn't that like our last safety net, at least in terms of information? I mean, Dante's the manager. I don't know what she knows from her omniscience about Dante and stuff like that, but yeah, there has to be an element of trust there. And toss in the fact she really doesn't want the sinners to realize that. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we ever do run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and... No cryptic spoilers. No spoilers allowed at all. Even hints are not appreciated. Because, unfortunately, I can read. And I can connect dots very fast. That's why. I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다.
Understood. Okay, I like this Faust. I like this Faust. I want to pat this Faust. Okay, I'm not good. Okay. Faust's behavioral charm is working on me a bit, at least. It's working on me a bit. I like this Faust.
그리고 수감자들에게는
Wait, how did I laugh there? And to the sinners.
운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구테여 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
And to the sinners, the fact that we're currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. It would be best not to share Faust's current state with them and add an unnecessary source of tension.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
Well, so wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything. We're gonna buy it once it opens.
어휴, 그러니까 히스클리프 씨 힘으로는 부술 수도 없다니까요.
So you're not even strong enough to break this door down.
여기서
A billion years in this
10억 년
box.
동안
Sinclair's not having a good time. Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지?
Searching sweeps
객실을
through
샅샅이
each house open.
수색하거나 뭐 그런 거야?
큰 틀에서는 맞다고 할 수 있겠네요.
Yes. Thus cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다.
Approximately 3 days have passed since our departure.
저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드 키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
And adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days.
3일.
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데
And I guess that's
운명이란
hibernation
건
for you.
이런 느낌인가 봐요.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만
Yeah, there's no way for the economy class to enter here. That is why this place has remained untouched.
제 추측과 W 사이 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면
Fragmentary
일반
explanations, I
사람이
can assume that
문제의 상황이
the
진행
situation
중일
is
것이라고
currently under
생각됩니다.
progress in the economy class cars.
그 뭐야? 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
All that mess?
아니요,
Yes.
아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러
That's supposed to be
그런 상황에 우리를
business as usual for
투입시키지는
W
않았을
Corp, right?
테니까요.
There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want to deal that they want us to deal with.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는
It is.
잠시만 기다리게.
Hold that thought for a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Dawn raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가?
Dost thou hear aught as I do? You know, a funny thing, would it be accurate to describe for the people who play, or for the majority of the people who ended up playing Library of Runa, that they had the impression that the game's combat, or the game's combat mainly, was for literate masochists? Because this term suddenly popped into my mind in terms of how a lot of people found the difficulty of the game very extremely vertical, but then after a point it gets horizontal or something. Yes. So that would be an accurate term, you're saying, Mioscarada. Literacy magazine. It's more reading than Runa, but because of the tile building, deck building aspects of Runa is harder. Literacy masochism is very accurate to Runa. Alright. Random question answered. Curiosity satiated. Let us continue. I'm not gonna be running around too much. Dost thou hear aught as I do?
아니, 두드리는 소리인가?
Rapping?
이문 너머에.
Scratching and rapping. This past this gate must be. As Dawn kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
아무래도 저기에 무슨 파우스트군?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly and thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 동키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket, approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야, 잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다.
I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. Alright, Masquerada. We'll catch you when you're conscious. Okay, that sounds weird, but still. Have a good night's sleep.
고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
Hey, but I gotta say, the line, I'll catch you when you're conscious, it has a nice ring to it, not gonna lie. That there are times in which physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations.
조언. 뭐 틀린 말은 아니지만 갑자기 왜 이래?
Heathcliff is so thrown off.
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수
How
없을
could I
테니까요.
deduce anything without seeing it myself? Oh, all I'm gonna say is that you're. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to keep up that persona, huh? After a brief mechanical beat. Well then, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Hey. They're being affected. Congulated arm. I guess they do bleed. Yeah, bleed. Bleed. Base power 1 for every bleed. Passives. Coagulated blood. Consume 3 bleed count on self. Oh. Gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Gain offensive and defense level equal to the value. Max 5. Ooh. So if they get 15, they get 5. Offense and defense level. Thirst for blood. Prioritize target with bleed. Okay, if this unit fails to deal any damage this turn, gain 2 fragile, then 2 offense level up next turn. Damage taken from blood. Bleed is -10 rounded down. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 10% of damage dealt. Well then. Alright, let's see. Yeah, sure, do that.
받아볼 텐가.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Staggered. This is gonna be interesting to see the resolution of, to be fair. Another one. Hey, that works out. Why not? Ah, they have the blood. Coagulated blood. Yeah, should be fine. Should be fine.
불길 속으로.
Let's go.
여기가
Thunder assault.
네 약점인가?
Yeah, no need to attack the staggered enemies with this.
일기당천. 전탄격발.
다 죽어라.
Goes in. I love her. I love this ID.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Hey.
파우스트 군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만
Ah, the stage itself has a visual interaction with certain W Corp IDs. Good to know. Good to know. However similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers.
제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는 이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
It was as if they were in a complete want of sense,
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼.
like people politified by the whale. None who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. That's where the lack of information is really gonna hit Faust. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general area for information.
오늘따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
We are racking our brains trying to come up with something. As soon as we're starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior, they might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
돈키호테, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다.
They're not dead.
자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요?
By one another by something, are they not?
이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
She's stumbling a bit on her explanation. She's stumbling a bit on her explanation. It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. I mean, you could also interpret it as just her slowing down a bit for her explanations. Yeah, something's odd about Faust, but she's keeping up that persona pretty good. Hey, what'd I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Oh, nothing. Dante got excited. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Is it? Yisang grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Hello, Claw. Sorry. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히
An
느려져
extra
있다.
dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop.
그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
What is your perspective regarding this suggestion?
네, 이상 씨의 의견이
That is the most
합리적이겠네요.
rational suggestion, Yisang.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
I get to post the plethora of Faust memes I've got. But yeah, it's interesting because normally Yisang would be soaking up all the knowledge he knows. He's very inquisitive in nature himself, right? As a human. While Faust replies back with a ton of information, like she always has the answers to these questions. So her actually accepting feedback is, in terms of her knowledge, being slightly off is something. Oh, wow, Yisang sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we are broaching the subject?
그래도 되겠는가?
Gladly, if you would allow me. Yisang began to elaborate with a gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
It can be said that death is not an element aboard this train.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
Little less brevity.
아, 말을 얹자면
정말이군. 이자
This one's heart
심장이
beats
뛰고
still.
있네.
Dawn lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso and shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동할 수 없는
This state
상태로
is akin to
나뒹굴고
an
있을 뿐이요.
unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated.
몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로
For all intents and purposes, external delay aboard this train, existence in continuance of moratorium.
그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채
Force they are to be
멀브러질
tethered
뿐이지.
upon the tiniest yet tenacious thread of life. Ooh. All I'm seeing is Canto 9 trailer by this line.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
I ill understand what had to have been said here, yet they're not dead all the same.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠.
Then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger.
자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
And thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
Once the journey is over. Oh, so that's how they do it. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I was like, okay, how do they clean up this mess? Oh, because yeah, you don't actually die on the train. Ah, now I get the incentive behind going to further and further and further and further and further extremes. So after the journey is over, they basically, the W agents are like, okay, eliminate anything that's moving, strike them down, immobilize them, and then now piece every passenger back together, and then wipe their memories as well. That's what a standard W Corp cleanup agent does. Gotcha. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Never seen a thing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word. Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
Among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched. Huh? It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Dawn sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Dawn up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would never find it even necessary to do something like that. Okay.
단테,
Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right?
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Time to whisper. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠나요?
Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Oh! Something inexplicable and unclear sensation on an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the pectilla. Is it the outskirts monsters? If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know.
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는
Faust
알 수
may
없군요.
know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. Okay, now I'm putting the pieces back together. I'm gonna theorize right now that Faust is, of course, in her own book, the name of the devil that contracts with her. So I have a feeling that Faust is like an omniscient, either mirror world identity or something else. whatever it may be, I have a feeling that whenever she accesses the whatever it's called, the Glyphire, what I don't know what it's called exactly, but still, whenever that happens, she gets recommended. What's it called? Like the information is provided to her. Gesellschaft, yes, thank you. But the information to the Faust we know is provided to her, along with either some what's it called? Recommended plans, recommended behaviors. Like, it's not just information that is being provided to her, which leads to it influencing the attitude of our current Faust, because normally she wouldn't really concern herself with anything else, like Dante pointed out. Now this is extremely speculative. Of course, this is extremely speculative, because we still I'm not sure what is exactly the nature of Gesellschaft, and unless more things about it are revealed later on, probably just before her canto, but not right now. So I have a feeling that the source of knowledge itself influences Faust's attitude. As in, oh, this should be your recommended actions, or this should be your what's it called? This should be your recommended action plan to deal with stuff, which trickles down into her behavior as well. So we're seeing right now, without the Gesellschaft, we're seeing a different Faust who does not have knowledge to such things, and also a kind of like a action plan. She can work with herself and her current knowledge, but still, that influence that Faust had from the Gesellschaft along with the knowledge is gone. And I'm also not sure about Faust's name. Because I feel like it's a bit of like a contract. Either make it a contractual thing or something else. All I'm gonna say is Faust has a different name. The Sinner Faust herself has a different name. And the Faust here is a more, what's it called? It's more of a taken name. Let's just say. It's not her actual name. That's my current theory. I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테.
There's no need, Dante.
불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에.
It's rather ambiguous. It has helped me deduce something of worth.
그리고
And
직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다
collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살 좀 조각들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
드디어 각성한 것인가?
Finally, the awakening has begun. Oh, Rio should save that for your own canto. She's enjoying figuring out things on her own.
나를 들뜨게
She's
만드는 게
enjoying
많지
making
않지만
deductions in real time with
이번엔
limited knowledge.
그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Let's go,
잘
Faust.
놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은
Multi-crack
금피는
office?
팁이다.
Oh, hey, because yeah, this guy's prosthesis. Prosthetic, I should say, not prosthesis. Don't mind me, I'm just drinking water. I have had my share of water. Multi-crack office. I mean, from what I realize, it's gonna be extremely interesting. Because I watched the trailer on my own. I may do a reaction to it though, later on. Warp train economy class cabin. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
Even more blood. It sounds like there are other survivors.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 그 중에.
워, 함부로 들어오지 마. 너희 뭔데?
Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. Oh hey! Wait, isn't that the ID that Faust got?
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
Like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
It's a bit threatening.
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데. 뭐야? 요새도 그런 90 생체형을 달고 다니나? 나 참.
I thought those things went out of style forever ago.
구식의 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는.
Ah, she triggered him.
보여주랴?
She triggered him.
그대 복식을 보아하니 북부의
That
사람인가
garb
보군.
is that of Northerners now?
에이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야?
This really ain't the time, lass.
아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데.
She seemed to be sizing us up for a
너희를
moment.
뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데?
I'm not gonna let all of my effort protecting this place go to
물렸다니.
waste.
뭔 소리야?
The bloody hell are you talking
왜
about?
아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명... 잠깐! 너희 1등석에서 왔어?
First class car.
캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요. 보기에는...
Aren't first class seats supposed to be? Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go?
진작 말하지. 내 이름은 사샤. 멀티그렉 사무소 대표야.
Oh, multi-crack office representative. Oh, she's the representative. Oh, she's the representative, of course. I almost confused that with director. Sasha. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
사샤, 당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
Left this car for the duration of the ride.
뭐 그렇지. 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서
Picking
잠깐
up one of their
넘어왔는데
contracts, but geez,
열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다 아니 고장난 게
is it
맞나?
even broken?
배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안.
It stinks of some
이거 좀
shady bullshit if you
수상하구나.
ask me.
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라. 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal, so I made sure to get high quality parts for him so I could still feel him all.
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
아, 그래. 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군. 촐싹대지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
Being so hyper.
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데. 그건 좀... 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라.
Gotta keep swinging him if I want to sync up with the other parts ASAP.
아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고.
Doesn't seem like they understand us either. Yeah, we checked that for ourselves.
다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
And haul the civilians to this awakened car.
빨간색이 3,200 하나, 빨간색이 3,200 둘.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
그거야 당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
To protect
나는 이미 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고.
Zero transformations.
지금 이 객실 칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면
To the front of the
뒤에서부터 뭔
train. So
일이
if you're asking out of
벌어져서
Asia,
앞으로
that some shit
번졌다는
went down
게
there
내
at one of the
추측이야.
train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here. Okay. Greetings, Clockie of Dawn Variety. Greetings, rowdy dude. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream.
그렇군요.
내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야?
We're not rich ourselves.
여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
We are. W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are
해결사.
fixers.
해결사입니다.
Not Limbus Company. Fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는
Your
돈이
office must be
썩어나나
rolling in
보구만.
the dough.
아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가?
Hello, Moist. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream.
근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아?
Not
믿음이
sure
안
if I
가는데.
trust you.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간의 가장
Contract
중요한
and
건
contract fulfillment are
계약과
of
그
paramount
이행이죠.
importance for fixers.
그리고 W사는 다른 날개들
Please recall
이상으로
that W Corp
보안을
is one of the
중시하고
most
있고요.
secretive wings of the city.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 협회 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까.
That you're actually
그래서
contracted by
증거는
W Corp.
없다.
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다.
I believe that it
어지간한
can
문을
open
열 수
most
있죠.
doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there wasn't any other way for us to prove that we are actually contracted by W Corp.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고에 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐. 좋아, 따져 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은
Not like
마음도
there's any
없고.
cash in it for me either.
일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는 거네.
그렇죠.
Unfortunately, the fixer finally got out of her way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite row.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
Lots of luck to you.
경력 고맙네. 해결사 사샤요.
Fixer Sasha.
이것은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
Don's game to live out what she wanted to do. Protect the innocents in my steam.
저기 이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해 주러 가시는 건가요?
Curious child. It's never a good sign in Limbus Company when you see a child. Well, child, I cannot be certain of your fate, but I hope nothing too bad happens to you. But this is Limbus, you can never be sure. Just simple. Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don's coattails.
그렇단다.
우와, 그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
she looks scary. She looks interesting, let's just say.
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
Thou may know me as a proudly illustrious fixer.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아우, 죄송합니다. 저
아닐세.
Wasn't that Ishamel's?
더 놔둬도 되는데. 해결사가 꿈인가 보구나.
That was a dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. Little squire. She calls it little squire. That's cute. It's no bother at all. But of course.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요. 저런 어린아이도 구할 수
Your
있었으니.
presence ensured that child's survival.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리.
No need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work.
당연히 머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥짠지 같은 소리야?
Are you two on something or what? I see.
그렇군요.
Aha! Now that makes sense. Because they got to get those fees, so she can claim, "Hey, I was going here. Because of this failure, I had to protect these people. So give me some emergency contract fees." I don't think Dawn needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
Hello, Carmen. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on the stream. Didn't know you could be like that.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈키호테 씨에게
Anyway.
동조해 준 거예요.
Am I right?
또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요.
If she started acting out again. And when she said, "Are you two on something?" I fully expected Fast to respond with, "Yes, we're on a train." Okay, that would have been good though.
보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라
She's
의욕이
especially bouncy
완전히
today.
넘쳐오르고 있다니까요. 돈키호테 씨.
눈.
Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나. 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
One last thing to inquire.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
30k out there.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요.
That is an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work.
저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
We could include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp. Hey, Fast knows how to handle negotiations.
뭐야? 진짜?
You serious?
무슨 질문인데?
Let me hear it.
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이
Read by
모두
any
붉지는
chance?
않던가요?
Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to be either in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
글쎄.
I feel like she would have
온통
responded that way
붉은색인
if she still
괴물이긴
had a
했는데
connection.
음색이 중요한가?
But is there something special about the eye color?
일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고
The
있는
lady with that
녀석도
big
눈이
sword also
빨갛잖아.
got red eyes.
뭐 이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요. 뭐 별것 아니었습니다.
It's a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction and then opened the door to the next car. Well then, of course, Ryoshu. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Yeah, she's absolutely enjoying herself. Ryoshu's absolutely enjoying herself. Hey, skeletons, masses of flesh. Painting of hell. Interesting. You know, this story node has never been more relevant than Canto 9. Than now. What? Huh? Is that little kids I see? Well then. Okay. This time I will actually pick up somebody. Useful for what?
흑수,
Yisang.
오피도, 이상이요.
Let me add you as a support. There's here Shupak, hey Shupak, hold up. And anything else? No association. I kind of want to see bring Yisang's infamy. To be fair. Can you toss in W Heath? Ah, we will. Hey, we will get to see Dimensions Raider though, if that happens. We kind of just wanted to see this. But, if that's the case, let's not select him.
소재가 준비됐어?
Hey, can I unselect? Wait, how do I unselect? That's how I unselect.
오, 외부 일이냐?
He gets saved as a backup. Yisang. Let's get multi-crack Heathcliff. Multi-crack Heathcliff. Sorry, double Heathcliff, not multi-crack Heathcliff. I mean, he would have been nice, but still. Hey. Yes, sure. I'll get this one and deploy others as.
나 훌륭한 미끼 될 수 있어.
흑수.
이제 좀 일다운 걸.
전 준비됐.
나를
명령이라면.
Okay, we've finally selected everything. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold up. Sorry, just need to do something. A quick little break. Give me like 2 minutes, guys. Actually, 3 minutes. Okay, let's go. We're back. Right, let us continue. Yes, I'm going to be using this Heathcliff for now. Then we'll switch back to multi-crack. A Heathcliff that I do own for some fun. Let us go.
선원
Yes,
집합.
it's fine.
이번 작품에 대해
fine.
논의할 시간이다.
Hey, the fleshy distortion. It's getting everywhere. These are the same ones. Absorb up to 10 blood potency from the target and heal. Yep, these are the same guys. Alright. No need to do anything else then. If that's the case. I forgot what your skills. It was skill 2 for the charge. Skill 1 and 2s for the charge, as much as it could. Then... yeah, we did use them in the past, so it was skill 2. Then the shield, I think. Yeah, to gain overcharge. Skill 3 is for the charge. Oh, because yeah, that's a lot of charge. That's barrier. Ah man. Switch to red. This should be enough now. Gain 2 charge barriers, thank you. Okay. Nah, not really.
당신 짝패군요.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Let's go. Almost did.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Noise for free. Nice Heathcliff. I mean, the guy is about to be ditched, so no real point in doing that. Yeah, he can whip up another S3.
암호 시동 체크.
Because the guard just adds another S3.
여기가 네 약점인가?
얌전히 앉아 있어라. 끝났으니까.
Hey, if any one of you enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much. Also, there is the option to super chat and other stuff if you want to be financially supporting me, but there is no obligation to do so. Painting of Hell 2. Okay.
마무리가 나쁘지 않았어.
Guess we're just gonna be going through more people.
이걸로 숙청은 면할 수 있겠군.
I'd say use a multi-crack Heathcliff. Okay. That's interesting bind. That's teleport. Okay. Guess I go with this, I guess. Yeah. Battle.
단한일발 장전.
course, you get fricked with RNG twice. Because why not?
암호 시동 체크.
There we go. Another one. Let's say keep building up some charge.
날 잡고 정확하게.
Ah, there are more enemies here. Okay. Yeah, this should safely incentivize me to do some more shenanigans when the time is right, of course. I'd say go any overcharge. Yeah, gain overcharge.
지키기 위해서 지킬 게 많거든.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
빈틈 투성이군.
I do love me tremor, let's just say. I do love me tremor.
자비에 감사하도록.
자신 있으면 이어보던가.
Nice Heathcliff. He's doing something with purples. I don't know what that is, but nice Heathcliff. Nice going Heathcliff. That's all I can really say. Oh hey, nice. This becomes immobile. Yeah, we don't mind. Come on.
날카롭고 정확하게. 사물.
And then Cozen to end it off. I guess that will happen a little later.
전탄격발.
Tang Cleaver. Yep. As I thought, Cozen. Now another Tang Cleaver. One bullet still remains as enemy die. Ooh, lead count.
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
자세가 무너졌나?
There we
자비에
go.
감사하도록.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Well, thank you, Sinclair, for suddenly going out on a random enemy. Suddenly going all out on a random enemy. You know what? Yes. Woohoo! So many fucking counters. Okay, you know what? Yes. Heathcliff, use your stuff. Yes, truly, use your stuff. For skill 3. And let's see what it ends up being. This is gonna be long. We'll just clashable guard our way through. Oh! Plus 10!
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Oh, so that was like a ripped space effect. Alright. Alrighty. Gotcha. Now let's just take care of this guy.
암호 시동 체크.
사물.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you.
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서 금방 지치기
Long weapons like we
마련이니까요.
do. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones you had fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down. There was an alarm? No, I did not notice. It was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
What are these things, Faust?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
Why he's so tight-clipped all of a sudden?
저것들은
Ah, cause an alarm on the warp trains. That's what the red flashes were about. Okay.
저것들은
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
What do you think those entities are?
네?
Faust never asks such questions.
그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요? 아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of the silence. Awesome, Faust. 10 out of 10.
여러 번 싸워보니까 알 것 같은 건 있었어요.
There were some things I learned after fighting them, I
이
think.
괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서
Because we're an
덤벼드는 느낌이
obstacle.
아닌 것 같아요.
That's not why they're attacking us.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네.
Desperate quest of it. Hunger for aught.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
Yeah, hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고
The
있다고
source of
밖에
this behavior
해석되지
can only be
않는군.
traced back to primal aggressiveness. Primal aggressiveness, also sick art here. I mean, when you're literally reduced to your flesh and veins, everything's stretched, your bones are hanging, and stuff like that. It's nice. It's sick. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. These people are still alive, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I'm perfectly aware.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
Yes, Anne? Was there anything else?
그리고 또
They all had
모든
red
눈이
eyes.
붉었던 것 같아요.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
Yeah, their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. Imagine the pain. Well, you don't just go insane in the warp train.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
Ah, crystallized blood.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
Thank you all. Insights has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. Your insights have been very helpful. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테.
We're in luck here, Dante.
열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중
It has been 3
곁다리로 읽어둔
days.
지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만
And we're already at this state. Well, 10,000 years, boy. 10,000 years. I have heard upon this subject as a tangent while pursuing information regarding our next destination moments before we boarded the train, and while that may be a useful element in resolving this situation.
단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
I feel like I'm aware about it, like Lovetown. People keep hinting at it so much that it's like, what's it called? Yeah. The Sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the availability of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. Okay. Like there's one thing I will say with complete certainty is not to sound like a broken record, but after seeing Made in Abyss season 1 and 2, nothing in body horror, existential horror, or stuff like that will get as much of a shocking reaction out of me as you would expect, or something like that. So if you try to tell me information with that intent, you're going to be completely and utterly disappointed. And yes, I also saw the movie, of course, but still, it's stuff like this that just makes me completely desensitized. It's wild, yes, but that's what it is. It doesn't really evoke any much emotion in me, let's just say. Made in Abyss is even worse with its imagery in the manga. I recalled some of it, but that's about it.
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
This will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. At least act like you're shocked about it. I mean, hey, for the jokes and when I'm in the silly mood, yeah, sure, I'll joke around when I'm doing reactions, but when I'm seriously reading, if something doesn't shock me, I'm not gonna act shocked about it. I may be sarcastic about it. Like, I may be sarcastic about it, but that's just not me. I'm not one to like portray fake emotion on my face and voice to be more engaging on my videos. That's just not me. So you're not gonna be getting that. You're not gonna be getting that out of me. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
I'll now present before you a solution to this predicament.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
Beating the crap out of whatever's in our way.
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다.
That will not change now, however, I'm about to share with you gives a better understanding of the purpose behind the contract and provides with the means of completing this mission.
이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는
As occurred in previous warp trips, it is very likely
매우 높은 확률로 혈귀입니다.
Okay, now I see why this Intervello is right before Canto 7. Alrighty. Now that's a twist and a half.
정리 끝.
You know, because when Dante was like, okay, they're not quite distortions or anything else and other like that. And the first thing he had to describe these guys was monsters. All I'm gonna say is, man, I was thinking of Outskirts, but Blood Fiend. Okay, that was a good twist. That was a good twist. Blood Fiends. Let us learn more about these guys. And now it also makes sense why they're so blood related. Everything has to be blood. I'll borrow Heathcliff once more. This shall be last time. And then I'll try to see some other IDs. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
What in the name of wings is that?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데. 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지
Thought you
알고
were
있는 줄 알았어.
our team expert on obscure lore.
또 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
Perchance I've let a magazine article slip from my memory. Dawn furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요.
Monsters and stories to
무서운
scare
이야기로
children at
만들어졌다고
night.
생각했는데 마늘이랑
They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and
건가요?
sunlight, right? Vampires.
아, 제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고
And what they're really
오히려
afraid
물을
of is water.
무서워한다던데요.
We also had basically no info on them. Okay, makes sense.
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적 있다. 지휘관이던 시절에 말이지.
When I served as a commanding officer, Altus knows.
그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다.
And I've seen the dregs that they command.
기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
That these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만.
There was a blood fiend among the ranks of the fingers too. Oh. Oh hey. I feel like that's gonna become very relevant, isn't it? Certainly in the future. But the things that blood fiend command weren't rubber glove looking like these.
하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다.
That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this.
내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
But didn't you know this already?
네. 수감 전에에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다.
A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary.
말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈귀 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다. 혈귀의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재.
Failed to become.
관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
They're referred to as blood bags. Oh, they're dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. So there's blood bags, kindreds, and then blood fiends. They're referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to the information I'm aware of.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bag?
처음에 이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다.
Or warp trains under normal circumstances.
워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도
If incomplete.
예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠.
We could not find any exception to the above rule. Oh, kindred just means blood fiends. Okay. I love how much Faust is doing deflection work. She's very much doing her hardest to keep up the persona, but going a bit around the bush.
거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때
Kindred means child.
한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
However, I've discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formation of a new hypothesis.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 것은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
From existence.
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
A more accurate descriptor would be to say they are either dissolved or vaporized.
휘발.
Dissolved.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도
No matter how
본래대로
severe the
돌려놓을
wounds
수
may be,
있습니다.
warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Yeah.
폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지만 그중 식인도 분명 존재하겠죠.
It likely involves activities such as cannibalization.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은
Collective time
소화의
itself
과정
is in
또한 이루어지지 않는
moratorium
것과 마찬가지일
for the
테니
duration of the
결국
train's operation.
복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
Yeah. Cannibalized passengers can be reconstructed. Digestion is not a biological process that should be active. Right, fair?
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라낸 그
Got
핏줄
the
같은 것으로
passengers to retrieve the
연결된
chewed up
조각들을
chunks and
맞춰볼 수
piece them back
있었겠지.
together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. Yep. Sounds absolutely Limbus. That does not make sense. Sounds absolutely Limbus that happens on every day in the city.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고
Such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are by their nature obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims.
유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms.
방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다.
Consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a process fundamentally different from our consumption of nutrients for energy.
그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 자신들을
To
유지하기 위한
them,
많은
blood is a
것들이 포함되어 있는
culmination and
무언가.
entailment of something that
그렇기에
forms the self,
마음 먹는다면
including
혈액을
but not
소비할 수
limited
있고
to emotions,
소화 따위의 과정과는
ambitions, wealth,
별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
purposes of existence. Ah, then it must follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes such as digestion.
그 뭐냐 무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아들었거든.
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
Exist in a moratorium of time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist, right? They continue to spark within you.
그야 뭐 그렇긴
Yeah.
한데.
그것이 변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나
Creation or whether they remain
지나간
ensnared in the wheel
감정은
of creation and
사라졌다고도 볼 수
destruction.
있을 터.
It can be said that emotions once past exist not in continuation.
승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 파우스티아는
Souls and how
설명한
blood
것이요.
is to blood fiends. Passengers' will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, does it not all gently entropy into non-existence, even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between emotions and blood fiends.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh?
승객의 구성 묘소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을
Will
수 없을
also
거고요.
relate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. Aha!
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
There's no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. There was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Isang was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요. 만약
Which
그렇다면
method do they?
어떠한 방식으로?
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yisang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 아, 그렇군.
Now I recall
과거
what you had
그대가
said in the
말했던
past.
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성거신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
That a form of direct physical contact needed to turn an individual into blood bag. If it were not then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned.
일리 있어.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
Must be hiding somewhere aboard this train.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이
If we were to
피주머니들이
believe the
몰려온
words
건
of the fixer from earlier,
열차의
then there is a
뒷칸부터,
high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train.
즉 나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를 마주하게 될 것입니다.
And continuing down will lead us straight to the blood fiend.
좋네. 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회.
Okay,
절대
so
놓치지
what did we
않겠네.
learn? Blood bags, blood fiends, blood for blood fiends makes makes it their entire existence. To be fair, okay. Of the innocent passengers who have perished at the villain's hands.
단테.
Okay. It seemed that Don was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best out of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. Faust is acting very cute, not gonna lie. Like, very, very cute. Gain charge? That's a feral blood black key cleaner patient. How'd that happen? Charge and bleed. Coagulated blood. Leakage. Is a skill that gains charge. The attacker steals one charge count from this unit. Aha. Damage due to this unit's skills does not reduce this unit's HP under 1. Interesting. What a bloody surprise! I see what you did there.
당신 짝패군요.
Ten enemies. Right. Did we not get things done? I guess we didn't. Interesting.
당신 짝패군요.
There we go. And another person just waited, apparently. Gotcha.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Right, now, come on. Let's go, Tankiven.
전탄 격발. 전탄 격발.
CCA overdrive.
안전히 앉아 있어라.
지키기 위해서.
Gain charge counts, even though most of the hits were planted.
투성이군.
Alright, my guy. Gain some more charge. Then next turn you shall do stuff. Yes.
불길 속으로.
Man, couldn't they have just sent better agents? I don't know.
투성이군.
Of course, one goes in.
너도
So the enemy
누군가에게
gets destroyed instantly.
지킬 게 많거든.
Stagger plus plus.
끝났으니까.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Hey, that's nice. Don't mind me. Might as well. Followed by this. And this.
당신 짝패군요.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
307 damage.
지키기 위해서.
Very respectable.
나도 지킬 게 많거든. 예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
Clear the wall.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를 내려줄
Cleanup
나이가 없어졌지.
agent is here.
다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Now that we have used, might as well go with multi-crack Heathcliff. But let's see.
흑수, 오필두, 이상이요. 흑수, 오필두, 이상이요.
Isang, double corp agent, identity board. Let's use some of this charge, and also dimensional shredder. Alright, Isang, come with us.
나 훌륭한 미끼 될 수 있어.
이제 좀
전 준비됐.
나를
명령이라면
Let's go. Yep.
에고 침식도 양호.
Do not mind.
아마도.
Hey, nice.
다른
gotta
일이 있는가?
read your kit first. It's a charge for the normal skill. Point power. As a second skill, it's... Oh, charge. Even more. Oh, it's charge count. Oh, okay. It's charge count. Charge count, consumption, charge count. Okay. Alright. Dimensional ray. Base block +1 per 5 charge count. So he can do a 16 roller. Dodge. Interesting. We'll see how this plays out. Why are you so insistent, Ishmael, today on rolling your 2s? What happened?
정확하게.
Gain 7 charge count. Woo. Struggling. What's this halberd weapon? I might as well struggle. No need to switch.
당신 짝패군요.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하군.
Nails
자비의
good survival. Hey, that's skill 3. At less than consume 10 to gain 1 coin. Consume 15 to gain 2 coin. I'm gonna save that.
불길
I'm
속으로
gonna save that.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Thank you, Sinclair. Very cool.
전탄격발.
자세가
Stag
무너졌니?
explosive.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
자비의 감사도.
Nice.
여기가 허술하군.
There we go.
자비의 감사도.
As much as I would say, now's the good time. One code. Let's go.
이것밖에 못하나.
전탄격발.
여기가
I am
허술하군.
enjoying this team very much.
자비의
Just
감사도.
using it because it works. Simply
빈틈투성이군.
put.
스틸레터.
쉬시게.
Nice.
좋아.
Alright, so only 2 left. Only 2 left. Hellbound weapon. Okay. Feral. Merciless. Okay. Well then, come on. Mm-hmm. Let's see how this
받아볼
goes.
텐가.
좋아.
Staggered, baby.
이것밖에 못하나.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비의 감사도.
사물. 앵화.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니고.
잠깐! 관리자나리! 이 사람 좀 보게! 아직 살아있는 자가 있네!
Behold this poor fellow, he still lives. Oh, we're getting more and more coagulated. Dawn, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting elsewhere.
뭐야? 들어오지 마 이놈들이.
이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야.
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
뭐? 아니야, 이거는
Gregor stumbled forward, scoffed, then cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의체인지
This sounds
괴물인지
monster, prosthetic or
한 번에 봐서 알
whatnot.
수가 있나?
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다.
That is now rarely seen in the city. A prosthetic.
의체. 다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친 놈들이 쳐들어올까봐.
My legs are
보다시피
messed up.
다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
I had no choice but to hide in here.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
What are they doing aboard this train? Oh, you're right. From what we found out about the warp trains, the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을
to assist
도와서
you with your contract.
사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다. 저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은
Every single one of my colleagues we suddenly
차례대로
began
이성을 잃어가더니
losing their minds on that car over there.
결국
Hello, John Fourfist. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream.
그럴 수가. 파우스트군, 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
Is there truly no way to cure the blood bath?
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
Access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을 의지하고 있었을지도 모르겠군요.
I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too accustomed to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. Maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. Gotta go, I'll catch you the water later. See you in Canto 7. Alright, I'm Capo. See you in the Canto 7. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, and they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간에 잘도 저런 걸 숨겼고.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마
What in the name of
저기에는
wings is
혈기를
this?
해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나.
A weapon most feared by the flipping.
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
But why would that thing be here? That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw on the first class car. Ah! The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는
In case
직원용
of these
소형
emergencies.
동면포들을 준비해 놓았거든요.
그랬군. 그럼
He's just leaving the rest of us to us, and the rest of it to us.
그럼 남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with the viscera remained. He's gone.
갔어.
There he goes.
가버리셨군요.
He has departed the scene. He blankly stared at the wall that the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on.
서두르지. 수습이 늦어지면
빅토리.
여기서 살아남은 게 다 헛수고가 될 테니.
The next car. Oh,
검지의 책.
I see something.
일 마무리가 나쁘지 않았어.
Yeah, here we're in the
이걸로
dimensional
수청을
rift.
면할 수 있겠군.
We see her. Now we can see her. And ooh, who's that? The next car. Well then, let us see who that ends up being. Isung. Looks like I'm gonna need. Hey, let's go. Yep. To battle we go.
발광할 시간인가?
W agents and normal people.
당신 짝패군요.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
Isung is getting pummeled first thing. Alright, Isung. Come on. Let's do this.
빠르게 처리하지.
Ah, trigger lost. That's the edge. Let's continue. All red weapon, and he's gonna get staggered. There we go. Probably should have used physical 3. So that's the case.
자세가 무너졌네.
256.
자비에
maybe
감사하다.
268, not 56.
여기가 네 약점인가?
지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게
There
많거든.
goes. Yep, Isang's staggered, so he can't really do literally anything.
정확하게.
2 bullets left. This target died.
차라리 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식. 사물. 앵화.
Okay, this might be the time for you to do some stuff, buddy. Brother. And I might as well activate yeah, sure. That relevant.
받아볼 텐가.
Do a cool flip, Isang.
그 오물 다 죽어라.
Oh, that was a nice rupture. The compulsion. I have a feeling I may know what the boss for this
목이 떨어질 수밖에.
is, but I also have a feeling they're gonna make us see something else.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
There we go. And now causing that one guy.
삼콕.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Victory.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니
Ishmael is so close to leveling
이렇게나
up.
목장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Nice.
한 달은
Another
의뢰 없이 놀아도
obligatory break.
되겠는데요?
Don't mind me,
사무소
guys.
모였네.
I'll be right back. Right on back. Okay, so this is going to take me a little long here because I'm just trying to warm up some food that was left from lunch. So expect an even longer 2-minute break right now. But hey, at least for a bit I can... should I start the next tab? No, that's quite a few enemies. Also, who are you? Where have I seen you before? Well, okay, before starting anything, I should probably... I feel like I was about to do something, but I forgot. But yes, if there are any suggestions for IDs you want me to try out, drop them in the chat, and I'll see if I can pick them up for like the main sinners that I do use. Anyways, be right back trying to warm up food while actively overlooking it. Right, I'm back with me food. I'm finally back with me food. Hello, Jameth. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Right. Now time to finally continue the stream. Any suggestions? Okay. So the first is Faust W Corp. Aye, okay. And the second is Wild Hunt. Gotcha. No, I'm not dead. Hello, Sanfong, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on the stream. But hey, let's go ahead. Insufficient Keflin. Sure. Use the lunacy. Why not? The avatar. Hold on a minute. Wait, what? Did it get closed? Hold on a minute. Did it? What, wait, how did it get closed? Did I accidentally close it? Alright, let's launch it again. Well, good thing you pointed that out. Yep, do this. Okay, maybe I actually accidentally closed my own avatar thingy. No, we should... No, about that. Yep. Hey, I'm back. I am back. Don't worry guys, I'm back. The PNGs are back. They're finally moving. I'm not dead yet, some people would like to call it.
전 준비되었어요.
Alright, let's go with Faust. Multi-crack Faust. Alright. Of course.
흑수.
이제 좀 일다운 걸. 이제 좀 나를.
명령이라면 to battle we go. Yes.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Hmm. 11 enemies. Sure. Struggling, eh? Half of this. Alright, let me take a look at his kit.
잊으셨나요?
Activation, consume charge. Okay, consume charge. Gain 3 charge. 3 is gain charge. 3 is actually charge gain skill. Gain 4 charge. Ah. I guess I should go with second for now. Yeah, that's a lot of charge. Right. That's what they would.
정확하게. 효율적으로. 공격 범위 확인.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하군. 자비에 감사하도록.
I'm gonna make quite a than usual because I'm eating, so don't mind me. Okay, favorite. Sure, that's good enough for me. Yeah, gain some more charge.
받아볼 텐가.
그 오물을 다 죽어라.
지키기 하나도 지킬 게 많거든.
받아볼 텐가. 전탄격발.
Hey, that's the multi-track person.
비가 오네. 아메스코.
여기가 네 약점인가?
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Bloodback prosthetic fixes, eh? Yeah, okay. Also, I hope you're prepared in Canto 7. Nope. I have not been. I think the last 2 days I haven't even logged into the Limbus company, so I don't know what you're talking about.
받아볼 텐가. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 전탄격발.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하다.
좋아.
빈틈 수송이군.
지키기 위해 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
One last person. Woo.
불길 속으로.
이것밖에 못하나.
자세가 무너졌니?
좋아. 코이코이.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지
어.
않지만
Okay.
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
Prosthetic fixes. Well, do tell. There's gonna be a prosthetic fixer here. Faust, I need. Where has that blue Faust gown? Multi-crack Faust gown. Here we are. Let's go.
사냥감인가? 몸이 그러.
Mm-hmm. Gain charge. That'd be nice. Yeah, do that.
받아볼 텐가.
출력 최대치.
Do this.
받아볼 텐가.
Ooh. Defense level down, eh? Okay. Alright. Sure.
불길 속으로.
전탄 격발.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사도. 여기가 네 약점인가?
Even more enemies. There's 12 enemies now. Woohoo. Yeah, just change it to this. No need for even more stuff.
불길 속으로.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하고. 스틸레터.
I don't know why sometimes especially when I'm playing, I'm noticing multiple times about
스틸레터. 빈틈투성.
7 to 8 different times now. Sometimes in the stage, I don't know where the sinners will go, but one of them will get to like a corner of the stage and then everything goes black for a minute. I mean, for a moment, until their clashes are over, and then we pan back to the stage, and then the light returns to my eyes. Don't know, genuinely don't know why that happens.
빠르게 처리하지.
What up, GSG?
빈틈투성이군. 여기가 네 약점인가?
이것밖에 못하는.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사도.
지키기 위해서.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군. 전력으로 상대하마.
정확하게.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에
there we
감사도.
go. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
어? 이건 또 뭐야?
What's this now? Oh, that's time water to. That's T-Corp tech. We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car where we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아.
Partnering with other wings, yeah, he did.
역시 W4하고도.
T사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소.
Yeah, but it's pretty commonplace.
오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게 이리 급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
True.
뭐 W사도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지.
Hey, these guys. Multi-crack.
부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼. 아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
It was difficult for me to ignore how Rodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she had made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
Can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요.
It walked over to T-Corp on an expedition. Sorry.
같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
Standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
Certain officers do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics.
혹시 이분은?
We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
Ah, well.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
Suddenly started ranting at us.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니 진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
Okay, fair enough. That was going to come in relevant sooner rather than later. But something to do in T-Corp with a full expedition.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만. 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
Probably. That would explain all the broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님. 전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐.
Yeah, because buying parts ain't gonna be cheap as long as their wallets would permit.
물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Also true. Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
I'll remember both of your inputs.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Well, good for them. Val's answered out in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네,
I'm physically unharmed, but yes, I'm alright.
고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요.
I do not enjoy the circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I'm casting nets to nowhere, lost and isolated in a blind sea.
평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references with the information I accessed, her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요.
Casting net after net over the black, the rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something you could eat.
대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지
Under that glassy water
갈피
surface,
자체를 못 잡으니까요.
grasping at the straws. That's what. Yeah, that's one interpretation of what just Faust said.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 상과 코끝의 혈약만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
My back on an unseen grave, the reflection of radiance upon my eyes, strong wind scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory senses tells me not of the forging power. It seemed that Ishmael and Isang picked up on the first part of her sentence, however, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요?
I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust.
아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
There's something different about you today?
그건
That is...
아, 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
It is unfamiliar yet quite fresh. Oh, definitely. Definitely.
그런가요?
Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다.
This train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. This is
현재
where the
도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토펠레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 한 칸이 남는다.
because we're on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that the next one's it.
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할
Soon
것이다.
encounter the blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door.
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
Well, I guess we'll have to see, Heathcliff. I'm about to finish my food. Actually, let me finish my food. Alright, food finished. I shall be right back. Hold up. Throw this in the sink and then warm up some water to drink. Yep. Okay. Just give me a moment. Right, 2 minutes to warm up said water, and we should be good to go. If you all are enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I'd really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much. Alright, let's see. This is probably going to end up a little earlier than I thought, since this Intervello doesn't have any dungeon, and we have been going at it at a steady rate, I would say. Feels weird, man, having a shorter stream. I mean, a stream on the shorter side. A stream be on the shorter side. Simply because I've been so used to long streams that I actually need to be doing some shorter streams, to be fair.
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 건드릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
Being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데.
Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called the blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends.
정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
It can be assuming that information is true. It can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require certain expertise to defeat.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
Like an army, right?
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자.
전쟁이든
전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
Wartime or not, they always make for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength, and all of a sudden.
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아닌 건가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아.
Of course, Dawn would be the one.
강하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네. 그러니 서두르세!
Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon my honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Hey! Dawn's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the blood fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the last car of this train. Alright, and my water should be warmed up, so I'm gonna be back.
서두르지. 수습이 늦어지면
Yet again. I mean, I
여기서
can
살아남은 게 다
leave it
헛수고가
as it
될
is.
검지의 책. 일 마무리가 나쁘지 않았어. 이걸로 숙청은 면할 수 있겠군.
that should hopefully be the last be right back of the stream. Hello Boots, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. Oh, interesting. Interesting on how this is gonna go. 2 more, huh? The one who lords. Wait, it's not taking my sanity? Why is it taking a 1 module? Huh? Wait, hold on. It has a... Weird. Anyways, farming stage. Ah, that's why. Okay. This used to be a farming stage during the event. Last Intervello stages always take 1 module. I never noticed that. I genuinely never noticed that. Also, I guess it's time for the wild hunt, baby. Sure. Just okay. So there we go.
이제 좀
전 준비됐.
나를 점지.
명령이라면
Forgot how short it was. Alright, let's see the wild hunt in action, shall we? Yeah, I don't care. Come
잘
on.
되었으면 좋겠네요.
If this is the last node. This room.
다들 왜 그런 표정이지?
What is with that look on thy faces?
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면 최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
In the audience of the prince, where are thy smiles? You got the king and queen of thinking here.
저자가 이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 혈귀인 듯하군요.
Caused this outbreak. He's our target.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. He talks like what's it called? Old speak.
그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라.
So listen well. Sure.
내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권속이자 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
Cassetti. Bro has cassette in his name, okay? Prince Cassetti. 6th kindred in refuge from his family, and the rightful prince who shall reign over thee.
이 열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙에 네 놈이 벌인 짓인가?
Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 하지만 모처럼 배가 부른
Satiation has put me in
상태니
quite the generous mood.
넘어가 주지. 자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장.
This is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic.
피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는
I'm only enjoying what
그때마다
casts themselves
만찬을
into my
즐길
mouth.
뿐이다.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
Or are you unfamiliar with the basic etiquette?
이 가면 꺼지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 대사는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어.
There's no prince without the mask.
가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시
But once
원래대로
I've
돌아올
drunk
거야.
your blood full, then it will go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself.
가면을 벗을 수 있겠지.
He sure sounds mentally stable.
네노, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지?
Who switched?
솜씨가
Oh
제법.
wow, who stitched that mask to your face? Done a half bad job.
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히 이름을 입에 담기 황송한 이
None
발사님께서
other than the
직접
great and the eminent
제작하셨으니까.
barber. The barber,
하지만
whose name I dare not speak.
하지만 너무 아파. 아니야, 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
Very good VA job.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군.
He's a bloody lewd, isn't it?
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
Get ready for the beating of your life.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아. 울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다 달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 우릴 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
피스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요.
This entity
상대는
has managed to
이
turn
열차의
countless
수많은
passengers of the
승객을
train
피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
into his blood bags.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 것. 기억하고 있어요.
Keep count of our visitors.
난 말이야, 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날 마음은 조금도 없어. 이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아. 내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데? 이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면
Cornucopia
얼마나
of abundance.
좋아하셨을까? 이 풍요로움을. 하지만 이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요.
This is rather curious.
추측하건대 저 혈귀는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만
It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare
그
occasions.
영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러
Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Sixth kindred would mean he's the sixth generation of blood fiend in this particular family. Ah, it's because kindred was a generation, right? Okay. Yeah, thanks for explaining that, Boot. He's the sixth generation of the blood fiend from his family. And that's pretty strong by the usual vampire rules.
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
Then what he meant by has to be
잠깐!
someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixture we ran in one of the earlier cars. Kaseri shrinks in his throne at the sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 겐가?
Thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest?
저길 보게나! 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세!
Okay, I see something coming up here. I see something coming up here. I'm gonna wait for the twist.
저자만 처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네!
혈기
Blood fiends.
만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가
Wouldn't that be quite the twist? Yeah, as soon as she barged in here, I was okay. I see. Alright, you know what? Fair enough.
와, 정말 여기까지 왔네. 날개에서 의뢰를 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나.
Is this anyone?
나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
What's she talking about?
이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고. 그런데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어.
You think my last thoughts were?
죽기 싫다. 그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
I told him.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고!
I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고. 그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라.
죄송합니다, 카세티님.
Sorry, Lord Cassetti.
소개하지.
First of mine since the escape for the kingdom I intend to build.
내가 밖으로 나와
Oh no!
처음으로
Could have seen
만든
this coming.
건설. 나의 왕국을 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종장이다.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만 저희 칸의 인간들은 전부 형편없는 놈들 뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을
From
카세티님에게
the first
보내주었습니다.
class car.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
Exact nature of kindred.
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어. 그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위 개체의 개념과 유사하군요.
Sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. A blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend. Alright.
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼
Reposition despite the
절박했기
lack of
때문이겠죠.
information, huh?
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가?
Well, that's shock to dawn.
우리가 처음 보았을 때부터
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만.
Since mine are just prosthetic.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그
Well.
수들은
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고. 행렬은 길수록 좋다.
Here comes all the blood bags. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. Yep, my mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don's coattails. Of course. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I hoped that we'd be spared this night.
어린아이도 있었다네.
There was a child.
알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지. 그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어.
Believe me, I know.
그이 닥치시게.
Okay, this is good setup. Okay, yeah, this is good setup before Canto 7. Hold thy wild tongue.
정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
Or a really, really early grave.
그이 닥치라고 하지 않았는가?
Dawn did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Well then. Oh, hey, Heathcliff. I click on him, he just laughs. Okay. Looks like somebody's jolly over here. Okay, the target has sinking flash power. He's just happy to be sinking. Attack weight for every coffin on self. This unit has Dullahan. Attack weight 1. Damn. Impending rune. Okay. And it's without SP. 10% charm. Okay. Requiem. Clash win. Heal 10 SP. Give him a Santa hat and it'll be truly jolly. Unit has a Dullahan actually. Lament mourn and despair instead. Coffin, being coffin. Alrighty, lament mourn and despair. It's that minor skill. It's that minor skill. Alrighty. Oh, Dullahan. This unit has Dullahan, okay. Gain 1 Dullahan next turn, once per turn. Max value can be 3. That's a fun fact about Hawes and Heathcliff. He's the only unit on Uptype 3 to grant you 80 lunacy. Oh! Oh! Hardest hitting negative coin skill in the game. Hello, Cost Displays. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Inflict impending rune as well. I kind of want to just activate this counter to gain the horse first, just to see what it does. To be fair. Alright, Sinclair, you can target somebody else actually, but it is fine, I guess. Yeah, sure.
불길 속으로.
Wild Hunt has 2 uptight stories. One post takes in 3 pieces. Interesting.
이것밖에 못하나.
주라니야. 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Oh, okay. Gain 3 offense level up, lose 3 defense level up, raise minimum and maximum speeds by 1, gain 1 Dullahan next turn. Turn end, okay. Oh, completely lose Dullahan turn. This Dullahan. So he can just get +1 horse. Again. Alright, sure. Yeah, sure, why not? Kinda wanna see how this is gonna go. Go with the favorite one. Maxes out with 3 horsepower.
날카롭고 정확하게.
다 죽어라.
Let's go.
찢어 놓아주마.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이
There we
떨어질
go.
수밖에.
허술하군. 자비에 감사하다.
왜 알아듣지 못하는지. 피주머니로서 우월해지는 것인데.
Unidentified. Charge. Charge. No charge at the moment. Charge. Okay. And it's on use, of course. Coagulated blood. Charge. Okay. I don't really care. Thank you. Get what? Counter again. Ah, it's for... Gosh dang it, it's for... Yeah, sure, go with that then. It's for again. Ah, I hate it. I hate it. Okay, yeah, target that. Ah. Who's that guy targeting? Sure, do he flip? This unit does not have Dillahunt. Okay. Ah, 15 plus SP. I mean, he got 15 SP. Ah, we'll see that later on. Why not? Alright, Sinclair. Hold on a minute. Of course, Sinclair's struggling. What are you doing, Sinclair? Why are you at 32 sanity? What happened? Brother? Gosh dang it. Anyway, Sinclair, you can take a few hits. Come down to the ground.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Let's go, Tank Leader.
전탄 격발.
Try my best. Nice. Okay. Didn't do too much damage.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Also 40 minus 41, because why not?
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Bro's still somehow defeating people. Interesting. Anyways, that was wave 1. It's still wave 1. Does she have... She has 2, right? Yeah. That's... Lament, mourn and despair. Mourn and despair. Well, let me just save this up real quick. Yeah.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
진짜.
Let's go, Will Cousin. Though only one cousin should be the trait, yeah. Let's go. Ah, 15, 11. Anyways. Hopeless. Oh, charge. Okay. Go with the favorite one. Favorite. Favorite. I mean, it's just gonna die, so just go with whatever we want.
받아볼 텐가. 다 죽어라.
There we go. Alright, round 2.
진절머리가 나는 건 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이라니.
It's this one we pull without authorization. Oh, so to make kindred, they got to get authorization first.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
쉬워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지. 자식의 추태는 그 어버이가 거둬야 하는 법.
Alright, show up on the stage, buddy. What a load of shit. But that Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Ooh.
잊고 있던
Unfamiliar sensation. Reassuring family mentioned. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggressiveness and hatred was palpable enough to make asking call.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
아직
This magnificent armor is quite befitting of Rising King's parade.
이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지. 자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을 해하려는 반역자 놈들아.
Okay, buddy.
할수 있어.
Oh, there's a hint system. Okay.
조용히 만드는 거야.
Why was this on? I should probably off it. If target has bleed, clash power. If target has bleed, clash power. Base up +1, probably bleed on count. Okay, that's all this guy's doing. At in turn, depending on the stored blood. He has 5 stored blood. Stack on 12. At 5 or fewer, gain 1 bind fragile offense. At more than 5, gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up. Turn for every 5 stack. You know what? I'm gonna turn it off just for the maximum authentic experience. Also, he's getting coffin. We're gonna be bashing his head in. It's on by default. So yeah, as you can see, we're gonna be absolutely positively bashing this guy's head in. Let us start off. Shall we? I mean, Sinclair is not really gonna do anything, so we'll just do the...
당신 짝패군요.
젠장! 폭풍과 함께 사라져라.
지키기 위해서.
Right, he needs to be minus SP for that. Because it's a minus coin. Forgot about that.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Genuinely forgot about that. Well, Cozen it is.
초목과 비. 코코.
There we go.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레이터.
직접 하도록 할까?
Coffin. Unclashable. Double the amount healed by hardened blood. Reset SP to 0. Okay. What's his... Ah, he's gonna attack us first. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, fuck it, like tidal Algiers. I don't care, buddy. I don't give a damn. I'm the prince of the...
정확하게.
He heals.
진정한 왕으로 군림하는 것이다.
Okay. Sure, buddy. Do the healing. One
너무
staggered.
아프지만 너무 기대되는군. 이 힘이 어디까지?
Pathetic one. Go away. Higher clash fire, more bleed, so he does more damage. Blood. If the target has 8 blood, okay, lose 1 stored blood. Inflict 5 bleed. More damage. Gain stored blood. The Prince of the Paradise. Unclashable. Double the amount of heals by okay. Reset SP to 0. Gain 10 stored blood. Yeah, sure. Alright, buddy, sure. Keep on chugging, as they say. Interesting. I mean, at that point, I'm just gonna... Yeah, nah, I'm not letting you win. Fuck off. I actually don't mind. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, target
빠르게
him.
처리하지.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. You know he has like 10 tag roll up and defense roll up. Yeah, sure. Everything's targeting Sinclair for some reason. Okay. Interesting how that works. Also, he has the highest speed right now. Alright. Huh. Very interesting. Coffin, we gain more and more coffin as time goes on. Hold on. Perfect. Struggling. Of course. Right.
빠르게
Anyways,
처리하지.
gain some Doulahan, please. Alright, out of here, buddy. 128.
지키기 위해서.
Sinclair having 30 ESP is cursed.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
듀라니아, 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Well then. Favored. Yeah, sure, buddy. Try fit. Sure, buddy. Sure. Right. Anyways. Yeah, might as well do initial skill.
당신 짝패군요.
Let's go.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
And then Cozen.
핫, 초목과 비. 코코.
Hey, 460
자세가 무너졌네.
damage.
지키기 위해서.
Dang cleaver. And there we go.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니고.
Anyways.
아파. 그래. 피가 끓어넘치는 인간은 좋아.
This is too painful.
하지만 이건 너무 아프잖아.
이 녀석 조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서.
이래서는 제압하기가 힘들 것 같은데요.
The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp border checkpoint or at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Dawn ain't gonna be backing down. Dawn continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and cursing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가
잠시 배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른게 변명이 된다고 생각하는가?
닥쳐! 너는 몰라. 200년 동안 뻐근 뒤라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한 아니야 떠올리기 싫어. 닥쳐! 조용히 해! 아니야 잘 못했어요. 제발 한 모금만 주세요. 소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
Well, it seems to be badly affecting you, very much so.
이놈이 전부 짓이겨져 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
I shan't stop until all of thy flesh blown and organs, not blown, bone and organs are crushed into a vicious, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Dawn is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't.
권석, 나의 자식, 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
제가 어떻게?
이놈들의 약점을 찾아. 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이
Just as you
우리에게
had.
매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
한 가지
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Casseri's sudden command.
저들이 저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다. 의체를 가진
There's
자들이
the sense of self-preservation.
달달이 하나 둘쯤
No, then tools to be
자면 된다는
replaced.
생각으로 목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이 저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데
Multiple
경망스럽게
lives to burn
행동하더군요.
through.
지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는 이렇게 중요한 것을 쉽사리 흘리고 잊어버리죠.
With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master keycard Faust showed her in one of the previous cars.
막으세요, 돈키호테.
어버이시여, 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Dawn immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her way with great force. Ishmael and Mosold, who had been holding Cassette down, were no match for his strength. Without Dawn's fury, the Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를.
No. Caceres examines the glass keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'd be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 헤쳐오고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱
Circumstance has been greatly
불확실해졌군요.
exacerbated.
아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
The origin of this plight. Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
Aww. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust, so a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually, that I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information he brought you. I mean, that's one of your skills you can't deny. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요. 저는 파우스트 중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요.
Indeed, among the many, I'm a Faust that believes in uncertainty.
마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐.
In the equation. Yep, Canto 2 callback.
확실한 건
The constant is, however,
저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는 것이죠.
is that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are.
협상을 하는 수밖에요.
Compromise.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마. 이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면.
자리 협상이라니 어찌 그런 그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
I didn't have the time to regenerate Dawn's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who can still move and talk was Faust, whom you just wound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
We will not attack you there. There's no doubt in my mind that Casseri must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Dawn and the sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네. 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서
Okay.
서로의 원하는 바를
I see
이야기해보죠.
Faust's plan. I see Faust's plan. I fucking see Faust's plan.
보아하니까 저 시계놈이 너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 니놈은 그 종이고.
그렇습니다.
좋아. 왕은
Royalty.
왕끼리 대화해야지.
관리자 딸이
We'll be back in a minute, Don. Thus, we left the incapacitated sinners at dawn, who watched on with hollowed, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the fright car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the fright car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로
This will be my first attempt.
도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
I'm so proud of you, Faust. Let's go! Let's go! What? With that, the door closed shut behind us.
도박장죄로 의뢰를
What a
냈다
perfect
싶더니
cliffhanger.
이렇게나 밑장 빼는
What a
놈이 반가르는 줄이야.
perfect cliffhanger.
아,
The negotiation.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 놓았네.
Not gonna lie, that was the perfect cliffhanger. So this passageway leads straight into the Mephistopheles.
그래. 처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내 수면을 방해했다고. 화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 권속을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
단테, 연결된 것 같습니다.
The connection has been restored because she's close to Mephistopheles. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이
Connection to
복구되었습니다.
Faust. The bus has Wi-Fi. Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피
This was a pure
도박이었습니다.
incalculable gamble based on my
확률
own
자체도
uncertain
계산하기 어려운.
hypothesis.
실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
Somewhat comprehend Miss Rotia's fascination with gambling. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 게젤 샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만
There are multiple of them? Hold on a second. She only said this is the first time she phrases it in there are multiple Fausts there? Okay, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust in the Jessel Caft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of warp trains. However,
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인
I thought it
누락이라고
was
저는
just all.
생각하지만
So it's a
아니길 바랍니다.
collective knowledge base of multiple Fausts? Okay. And using a mirror-like using a mirror-like technology for that. Finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Let's gently advance towards the blood
협상에
fiend.
대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면
Compromise.
그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
What are you willing to accept in return for the master key card?
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만
Thou art unlike a common
보통의
person.
인간들이랑 다르군. 나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안
That's the
유지되길
compromise you're
원한다.
going to be working towards, huh?
그리고 너희들은 이곳을 나가는 것이 목표지. 안 그래?
Yeah, the assumption is she's talking with Faust from Mirror Worlds as a shared resource of knowledge. Yep, true. That's also my assumption at the moment.
카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
Even he's fed up.
열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야.
How's that for a deal?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다.
Oh, memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased. We will have no way to relay the news, whether it be one of success or failure.
저 혈귀를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만
If we had the means to defeat him, then at least the Blue Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However,
이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지
so
못할
nothing to show
것이고
for, not even the
의뢰는
smallest hint.
실패로
And the
돌아가겠죠.
contract will end in failure.
하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이
You and the sinner's
더
psychological
중요합니다.
stability. It's not like we have always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Alice does not reply, yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have them die? What's stopping W Corp from just lying and saying we failed even if we succeeded when they're just gonna reset our memory? The Alfie Association for contracts and such, of course. I mean, there has to be some loopholes. There has to be some preventions against loopholes like that, right? That normally the Alfie Association would deal with, I assume. Are we going to have them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust and the company's policy. And yet...
그럴 수는 없네.
Dawn is here. I shan't allow this. Dawn? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또
He's fucking scared. Oh, he's fucking scared. I'll just.
그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에 살아.
상관없다. 악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Dawn. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free out of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
파우스군, 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Dawn, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테 씨도
Solution
알고
is no
있다고
solution at
생각합니다.
all, Dawn.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않을까? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Dawn, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the blood fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Dawn go at the last second. A second too late.
어버이시여, 허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을 용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Dawn, piercing her neck with his fangs before he even had the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고
I did not expect
생각하진
this to be the
않았는데.
solution. Faust? What do you mean the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면
And once again just now, it's
단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요.
take cover behind me and remain absolutely still.
그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감
To note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Dawn levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused back stage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Dawn?
어? 운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah. So, guys, anyone new who joined, please welcome. I'm not looking at chat currently. I'm fully focusing on just getting through the story node. Then I'll read a bit of chat. All right? Just in case. Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
In sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that had struck me, it had been a loyal steed in my side for however long it had been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them?
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Saluted Roshinante as well. This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good.
헤이, 쑥스러워하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아.
Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky.
로신한테는 냄새 나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
대피.
Evacuate. Dawn, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rosinante.
관리자 나리. 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니 그거 참 친절하군.
Roshinante face. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitnesses reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing no Roshinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세.
There shall be no separating the two of us.
단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Is simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Oh. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
Insinuation doth make. She looks at me with puzzled eyes as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror and darkness.
말도 안 돼.
Oh. Oh. In all-absorbing darkness, voices are only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떻게
I mean,
어떤 일로 부모내지 않고
as much as I would want to act surprised, I mean, the Dawn manager ID doesn't exactly help here, does it? As a blood fiend, huh? Yeah. So, yeah, I always theorized that Dawn was a blood fiend because of that ID. Don't ask me how, just standard Limbus shenanigans and getting videos recommended on YouTube. But the second generation of Kindred? I do think I saw faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering I think I saw red eyes.
배륜이군. 금기고.
You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I knew that voice, but I also don't. I never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic.
선조시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를
버릇없는 놈.
Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise from the blood fiend's mouth before coagulating and sealing his mouth shut.
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다.
No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears.
아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는 것.
To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence.
굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Coagulate and then melt away. Set's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly yet ponderously like that ice cream Don loved so much, puddling on the floor heated upon the searing sun.
너는
You, Don turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave, and with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래. 그대가 그 약속의 시계인가?
You must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand.
로신한테를
Rocinante to me. Rocinante. I beseech thee. I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one.
언젠가.
She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Okay. I mean, what else could you really want as a setup for Canto 7? Like, come on. A second generation kindred. God dang, alright. Uncertainty. Well then, this is quite literally the definition of uncertainty. Sometime later.
이게 대체 무슨 일이 일어났던 건지 누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
Can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Dawn, all came back to their life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting obliterated remains of what was once Cassette.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 상태였다.
A prolonged battle against the blood fiend.
관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
Manager has taken, it was appropriate. Alright, now that I've made it through this, I can finally read y'all's thingies. Hello, that's a very long username. Joa, I'll just call you Joa. Welcome to the stream. I don't think power of friendship lasts at least 2,000 years. The beast got her tonsil. The smell. Actually, that's the exact same reaction everybody had on release. We knew about her being the blood fiend, but second generation was unexpected. Well, it was a bit of a fringe theory, but a theory nonetheless. Okay, gotcha. It had long been a fan theory among many, but being a second kindred was way out of anyone's expectations. You've seen La Creatura, now you meet the creature. Okay. Alright.
그랬지.
I guess so. Well, good work everyone.
하지만 여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원에게 물어보는 것이 정확할 것이다.
The definition most excludes 3 individuals, thus it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait.
그 셋이 누군데?
Who are those 3?
파우스트,
Faust,
관리자님,
the manager,
그리고
and Dawn,
아직 의식을 되찾지 못한
who is still
돈
unconscious. And now you know why Dawn speaks in old English.
뭐야, 그런 거예요?
Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
By analyzing their walking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서?
So what's going on with the
쟤는 또 왜 안
last?
깨어나는 건데?
Why'd she out cold?
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는 지장이 없으니 곧 정신을 차리실
She'll be
겁니다.
waking up soon. You'll want to heavily protect yourselves from spoilers during Canto 7. Yep. I remember everything, of course. Dawn's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the blood fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가
What is about to happen? Dawn was unconscious and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know.
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는
Where's the key
어디
card?
있는 건가요?
Last night I remember it was in Cassette's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
Who is in a far more presentable state than he was in before.
그러면 그자가 들고 있었다던 카드키는
Wait, so what about the key card he was holding though? Oh.
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락 뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
Oh. It has been half liquefied. Oh wait.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
I think you're the first one who needs to calm down.
담배를
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
I really should have packed more
그
cigarettes.
힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
One of these key cards
마스터
open
카드 키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다.
to resolving the situation.
어떻게?
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니
5 hours
요약해서
to
말씀드리죠.
formulate an explanation that will allow the sinners to comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format.
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again.
메피스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. Oh! The steely confidence in a declaration was more than enough to win us all over. Right. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. Oh, right.
무슨 일을 겪어온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
Not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in.
후두둑, 후두둑.
Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
Ask someone after
그게
me.
어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
To the corridor. Some time ago. Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다.
We will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train, so the flow of time gets fucked up and we have to spend very less time to actually get to the destination.
A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면
Going
자연히
by A-Corp's
이 열차는
timescape,
도착해 있을 테니까요.
all we must do is to remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. Ah! And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은
Its
보장하죠.
safety is guaranteed.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지 않았습니다.
I did not bother verifying that particular information myself.
예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. Ah. By the way, was it mentioned in chat why Wedgeless had to take a separate car as a color per W core policy? No.
뭐? 야, 그럼
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래 폭풍 수준이네요. 이건
뭐야 여기 실내 아니야?
눈이 안 떠져요.
입에 모래가. 이게 설마 모래바람이야?
Inside a building?
천장도 멀쩡히 달려 있는데.
5, 4, 3,
She started counting.
2, 1.
The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the Peacock platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand.
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요. 멀쩡한 승객이잖아. 어떻게?
How did these passengers We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고
Limbus
워프
Company, who
열차에
boarded the
탑승한
warp train at the
림버스 컴퍼니
behest of your
소속
employer.
직원입니다.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
Keep your memories, huh? It was brought up in Runa. To be brief, one time a color accidentally ended up in the commoner cars and the color trained the passengers with a... What in the actual fuck? Hospital. 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 Lobcorp? Also. Oh. 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 I mean, I can see for why some corporations how for W Corporation that would be a real pain in the ass. Once the train reaches destination, the color and train passengers killed all the W Corp janitors and escaped. Right, because yeah, W Corp really doesn't want that to be gone out. They militarized the civilians that our corp had to be brought in. Jesus Christ. Can I get some... Was there ever specified which color was it? Because I'm very curious now. Who the fuck was this color who disciplined all of the fucking civilians for thousands of years like a fucking manhwa... like a fucking manhwa cultivator... what's it called? Peak martial artist or something. No? Okay. Oh, damn, okay. Also, that's a lot of... That's like a, I don't know, 100 civilians trained? Likely got expunged. Far more than 100. Fanbase have one suspicious name, but that color's identity is classified in and out of universe. Okay. There's so many characters on these trains. Well, anyways, let's continue onwards. They really let you guys keep your memories.
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요.
Hibernating port over there.
아, 그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해보죠.
He walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데요.
Huh? Isn't anyone here?
여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에
Appearance of the
들어갔던 사람이
individual who has
없다는
entered this
것은
pod would indicate.
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
I doubt that.
피곤해서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼
Must have suffered from a
저희는 이만
momentary collective
나가보겠습니다.
hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we'll see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 곳이요?
Yeah, Don, we have arrived.
오늘따라 올해도 파자다만 이제 왔겠냐?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에
The
듣도록
details of the
하지.
incident on the bus once we are traveling again.
네. W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것은
Any
ACCA를
and all
통해
related reports will be sent to W Corp via LTCA and Virgilus was already there when he arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토 팰레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지. 아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든.
Allow me to
자리를
give you two some
비켜주겠다.
space. There's a lot of questions. I was finally able to ask Faust once Vigilus left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was, quite literally, blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Dawn's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요.
Because it was the preferable course of action to letting the same explosion demise occur to your body instead.
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게
Knowledge of the
생각하고
high
있습니다.
likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you have known that Dawn is...
그것이라면 LCB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 같습니다.
That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. Since Limbus Company Bus was first established, the same could be said of Virgilius. Of course.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 LCA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
It was by the will of the LCA's supervisors, Limbus Company after supervisors, that this knowledge remained withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And the appropriate moment was back there.
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다.
According to my private judgment, yes.
파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Oh! As my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나
Obscured.
돌아왔구려.
Once again, we'd returned. Returned. That was a layered word. We have returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We have returned to our daily lives of spectating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirmed these things are rather nebulous questions.
비록 농으로 물어보는 것이지만
To me a jest, however.
언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소?
Do you suppose I shall see her again? She showed a puzzled look at Isai.
나름대로
In a way, it was quite the
유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
pleasant encounter, was it not? Isai mused ambiguously before leaving us. Yeah. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but it was also an opportunity to learn so much. Some good fuel for fast anxious. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. You know what?
그래서
Well
대체
deserving.
P사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가?
Why is my throat so parched?
목구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고?
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어요.
I'm too tired to explain.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나
On one crazy
놓쳤어.
adventure.
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가 떨어져 나갔네요.
That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Don's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16 where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. Woohoo! We did it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, there's another mini that I'll finish. Want to look at the trailers for Canto 7, or do you want it to be a surprise? I feel like I kind of just... The dream ending. That is... Alright. We shall see whose dream it will be ending, but I have a feeling it may be, what's it called? You know, I'm wondering, because of her source material, that, what's it called? Don, you know, Don Quixote, Don being the, because I know a bit about the source material. Where the fuck is Sancho? No spoilers, please, because I might have a feeling about who that is, but I'm not gonna say anything because spoilers. But I'll hold that thought, not speak it. But the dream, that is a very interesting name. Also, La Mancha Land. I think the trailer might confuse you more. The thing is, buddy, my only source of information for this spoiler is a fucking comment beneath the what's it called? Boss OST for last night, comparing somebody to somebody. So yeah, yeah, yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, the dream ending is something. La Mancha Land. I did hear about that in the Arknights collab. So all I'm gonna say, it's gonna be interesting. The fourth Walpurgis Night. Let me actually see in the theater. Dante's notes are updated. Okay. Alright, so that reaffirms this theory. Anyways, after doing this, if I have the time, I'll read Dante's notes, or I'll just do that at the start of the next stream, to be fair. So, let's go ahead with this one. The fourth Walpurgis Night. Wait, what is this? To the theater? Huh? Episode 1, Episode 2. Ordeal of Violet. Grant us love. Normal and hard modes. So I do the easy one first. 5 sinners. Okay. Interesting, I guess. I'll take these 5, thank you.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Alright, L Corp headquarters? Alright, I did as you asked, Faust. I looked up toward Faust, away from my PDA in my hands as it rattled and fixed the identity cards into each slot. Today is the fourth Walpurgis Night. The location, it's the same Lobotomy Corp headquarters of the past we visited. Its point in time and the branch of possibility uncertain. Noon. Ah, this is not voiced, okay. Thank you. Please proceed with the slotted identities to suppress the imminent ordeal. Here. I've slotted in the Lobotomy Corp identities I pulled up during the previous Walpurgis Nights. Faust probably wants to study the correlation between Walpurgis Night itself and the identities that can be pulled up only during each Walpurgis Night. Well, it ain't much of my business what identity we're supposed to wear, but... Can't you at least bother telling us where we are? I swear, it's always you two who... Yeah, I agree. We wouldn't know what to do if you keep the important stuff just between the two of you, right? Yeah, what he said. I was trying to find a way to avoid sounding irritated. From this point forward, we are mute during the intervellos. Gotcha. You have a way of mincing words, don't you? Thanks, lad. Huh? I guess. Foo. Functionality upgrade? Come on, don't talk about me like I'm a machine or something. Faust cleared her throat in an attempt to clear the air and stem the conversation from growing on a tangent. Man, this feels quite unfamiliar now that I'm reading without anybody's voices. We are at the informational team department of the former L Corp headquarters. Informational team. Well, do I recall that the place we had visited was called the control team department? Maybe they had a new department for every Warpigist night? The training team and the safety team, both adjacent to this department, are currently accessible. Therefore, your assessment is untrue. However, it is possible that there is a reason the first place the door connected to was this location. Perhaps further analysis may yield more concrete information. She's trying to take a more active role in learning things for herself. It seems that the events of the warp train rattled her more than I thought. Okay, let's go, Faust. Let's go, Faust. She's probably concerned that similar loss of connection to that repository of Faust's knowledge may occur again. This place is pretty barren, huh? The more I look around, the more I just see purple. Huh, you got that right. Can chalk that up to just being a corporate office, if you ask me. It doesn't seem like a great workplace environment at all. A good commander decorates the subordinates' A good commander decorates the subordinates' living spaces with their morale in mind, even if it means going against their own tastes. Whoever heads this department must be somewhat quite unfit to lead. I bet they're not the only one who is unfit to lead. Ichamel, who was rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items, muttered from a distance as Outis mused at the ceiling. I found some employee doodles and scribbles back here. Oh, I suppose the department leads were called Sephira. They're saying something about how their Sephira is... Ew. Now that's some spicy profanity. I will read them. More salt, you don't have to read the insults and profanities. Understood. In that case, I will instead peruse the document first and produce a comprehensive summary. More salt be like, I will read the... Sometime later. That is all. Okay, so first of all, thanks for skipping past all the profanities, but... Wow, that made me feel bad. I've got nothing to do with this place. Hot. It is not uncommon to see departments leads shouting and butting heads, but perhaps a physical altercation would have been preferable to letting such bitter animosity fester like this. Well, it's Lobotomy Corporation for a reason. Woohoo! It was clear to us that the Sephiroth did not share a very healthy work relationship with one another. Not to mention that not many employees really put their faith in their Sephiroth. Hey, the Sephira they call Malkuth, she's been the Sephira of the control team department where we felt the ordeal last time. I can tell the way she talks that she treats her employees like parts of a machine, driving them to their deaths, replacing them when they inevitably crumble. I guess a wing is a wing after all. Yeah, look, here's a conversation log with Hod, the Sephira of the training team. Looks like she started off pretty rough, but managed to avoid making things hostile in the office. From the sounds of it, she really cares for her employees. Oh well, that's a whole nother type of annoying though, you know? And her heart would never have rested easy as long as she was there. The grievances of the employees would have reached her ears nonetheless. She may have given herself doses of painkiller she hid under the label of altruism, that she truly cared for them despite it all. Oh. Oh, why is it hitting Lobotomy Corporation's plot quite well? And this you saw, it must have been, I see, Sephiroth, the information team department here. Clearly a stickler for the rules. Wiper. He was called. Perchance he had his unsavory habit of sinking his teeth into his employees? It's only a figure of speech. He does seem like the irritating type, but he would have served as a decent strategist. And this appears to be a meticulous record of the work schedules. According to that digital calendar, the upcoming schedule is fast approaching. There is no time to share the details regarding the ordeal. I suppose we should have checked the documents first. A heavy thump of light follows. Out is a steep sigh. The lobby light suddenly changed, then the floor began to tremble. Well, can't say I'm surprised. We knew that ordeal was coming after all. Still, I wished we had some prior knowledge of our enemies this time. Ah! What in the name of wings is that creature? Vermin, is it? It's so far yet appeared so grand in size. Naturally, we whipped around to look at Don, who then directed our attention towards something writhing in the distance. A thing of bizarre shape, crawling and squirming. If they have appeared in the safety team's corridors as well, then... There's more! There's more! Faust, anything you can tell us about them before they start rushing us? I shouted, watching with horror as the curious, violet, grub-like creature slowly spawned into the hallway from thin air. Even though she probably didn't have much to tell me about them anyway. They will not rush us. There were reports that these entities are rather slow. In fact, they're an ordeal of violet, time dawn. If they are indeed violet, then it is unlikely they will have much time to discuss this. We will have much time to discuss this further. We must immediately engage them, starting from the safety team hallway. A similar situation is very likely imminent in the information team and the training team hallways. Huh? So what, we got to crush them like there's a timer or something? That would be an apt attitude, yes. The entities will soon be manifesting in every department if you fail to quickly clear this zone and seek and destroy them in other departments. If we don't, then we may come face to face with the kind of pandemonium we would rather not have the displeasure of experiencing. Every clip-off counter in each department will immediately drop to 0, and thus the abnormalities contained within shall be released. Oh, bollocks, come on! We just got off that bloody warp train. I think we've had enough of wing shenanigans to deal with, but you know? Yeah, zip it and grab your weapon. I'm going in. Well then. Oh, fruit of understanding. To gain an understanding. Imminent decay. Lose 1 stack at -1 stack. Use a special skill. Envy. Your target has 10 SP, clash power +1. Or is it -10 or is it 10 SP? Understanding. Deal +5% damage per stack. Purple Dawn was either really easy or hatefully awful, depending on if you could kill the fruit fast enough. $10 or less, okay. Inflict mental fracture, SP loss, efficiency per stack. Alright. Perception. 2 understanding, envy, fragility, and mental fracture. Passives. Self-terminates after a certain number of turns passes, and this unit deals damage. It also deals 1 to 3 SP damage. Oh hey, that's question marked. The Dawn of Violet. We need to suppress 9 of those. Turns are 99. Okay. Noon. Hey, let's go. Oh, these things have attack weight. Okay. I'd say go with this.
당신 짝패군요.
Thanks for the Let's go.
전탄격발.
Right, he's right now the captain. I should probably read the buff, actually. I forgot to read the buff, to be fair.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Nice. Alright, what's the buff? Training team captain. Skill slot +1. Modify skill pool. Gain 1 use of skill 3, but lose 1 use of skill 1. Ah. Increase the amount of burn, bleed, rupture, sinking, or tremor inflicted by 1, and on kill, gain 2 ego resources to the affinity of the skill that defeated, and gain 1 to the rest of them. Alright. Well then, don't mind me. Imminent decay. Black damage. Oh. Black damage? Black damage? Was black damage a thing in local? I don't know.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Okay.
여기가 네 약점인 허수라군.
Yeah, I don't remember
자기의
it.
감사도.
I have no recollection of black damage.
이것밖에
Yeah,
못-
I remember red being physical, white being mental. Right, black both and pale soul type. Ah, okay. Thank you.
받아볼 텐가.
Robin.
당신 짝패군요.
전탄격발.
Yeah, I think I remember pale. I just for some reason forgot about black. I think instead of black's place, I thought it was like some other color that I wasn't remembering. So yeah, fair enough.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레이터.
나가리판이네.
Of course.
다음.
No cousin.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
No cousin. Unclashable. Ah, that's a special skill. Well, I mean, just kill the guy beforehand, honestly. Just kill the guy beforehand. That's all I'm gonna say.
빠르게 처리하지.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
To be fair, black damage is usually visually representative, but though. Ah.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Oh, then there we go. Hey, we've come. Ah, I didn't realize the passage of time. That's actually the UI is changing. Okay. We're now in, I think, control. Yeah, now we're in the control team. 1. How many does this spend? About 3. Okay. Who's this? Huh? Oh, by the first skill, of course. I was getting so confused. Just ensure that. I'll do that. Ensure. Actually, I'll do that. Hardwood is completely optional, has no story to it.
전탄격발.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Ah.
자세가 무너졌네.
Hey.
자비에 감사하도록.
받아볼 텐가. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
They compiled with nothing. Grant us love, the moon of violet.
답이 아니었다고?
Victory. Huh? Sometime later. Phew, that's a relief. At least it wasn't indestructible. A rubble of broken stones lay about the exhausted sinner's feet. But that didn't last long. You see, it fades away to naught. Yes, well, the entity took the form of a stone stele, an object commonly composed of inorganic matter. It is likely that its existence itself is perceived as a religious artifact in certain indeterminate locales. True. A giant object did suddenly appear out of thin air before dropping right in front of us. The stele, which had once threatened the sinners with its tentacles, soon disappeared from our sight like it never existed. If Faust hasn't pushed me into the hallway just in time, I would have been, and that is how New Law core players feel when Moon of Violet hits. I've been... Dante! Oh. You would have all died forever if that thing had crushed me too. You're not crushed by the stele, to be exact. The real issue was the shockwave that came after the crash. I thought I slipped away in time, but I had no idea the shockwave would be so deadly. We're going to have to find a way to deal with that shockwave somehow, or it'll be too risky to continue with our world biggest night expedition. I'm not saying that I'm not scared of the pain I have to go through when arriving the sinners. Well, which really hurts, of course, especially when it's 12-fold, but I'm not sure if I want to ask them to repeatedly run a mission that's guaranteed to kill them in the end. Moreover, we don't even know if whatever we'll find here will be worth all the trouble. According to the information given, it is said that ordeals cannot occur in immediate succession. They can occur right after one another? Or did the giant piece of rock have nothing to do with an ordeal then? Yes, it was indeed an ordeal of Violet. However, this was the noon of Violet. Ordeals of the noon are a degree higher than ordeals of dawn, which we already have experience with. Faust's brows were frowning at a nigh imperceptible angle. She was sighing even as she relayed that information to us, clearly perturbed by something. I suddenly recalled what Faust speculated back at the warp train, that the Jesselcraft may have made a purposeful omission. You think this is a Jesselcraft withholding information from you again? There is no evidence to say for certain. They did not withhold the information regarding the ordeal of noon, thus the more likely explanation is that this was merely a manifestation of a rare possibility. Yet your suggestion does concern me. If it was indeed a manifestation of a rare possibility, then we must seek for clues in the world's biggest night that may point us to an explanation. So, should we explore further? But... oh my god, of course it's Lobotomy Corporation. I love the UI. Let's go! Look guys, I'm playing... ignore the other two UI elements, just focus on the bottom of the screen. I'm playing Lobotomy Corporation. Hello everyone, can you hear me? A loud buzz, a hot jump scare, crackle, and an unfamiliar voice broke through the awkward silence we were meandering in. Blimey, who said that? Oh, I hearken on to thee. Oh, I guess I can't hear your answers anyway. Ignore what I just said. Hello, this is Hod from the training team speaking. It appears that the Sephiroth Hod, whose name we first learned of in the earlier document, is the one speaking to us. Ah, so this is her voice, huh? I wanna say, this is kind of what we all expected her to sound, right? We are all investigating how and why an ordeal of noon occurred immediately after the dawn. I understand that an unfamiliar situation like this may cause a sense of alarm and anxiety. There's nothing wrong to worry about as long as you remember the instructions under the exception 40 AA measure, which I made sure to mention in every training session. Exception 40 AA? Just how many exceptions did she come up with? She must be a leader with a very hands-on approach to team management. Commanders who are overprotective of their personnel often make such mistakes. Guys, I don't think it's time to share our first impressions. We don't know what measures she's talking about. At this rate, we'll get... Oh. There was a dull thwick just as Sinclair began to air his concerns. Did I just get shot? You there at the lobby. You've been dozing off during our drills, haven't you? I'm pretty sure explained that in our outlier cases like these, we'll be firing physical intervention shield bullets we share with the middle layer. So why are you acting all surprised, like you've never been shot before? Shield bullets? That bullet does kind of look familiar, actually. He carefully approached Sinclair to take a closer look at where that projectile hit him. Oh hey, I recognize this. This looks just like the decay ampule. Would you look at that? HP bullets. That almost melted me into a puddle back at K-Corp. I'm getting unpleasant goosebumps just from thinking about it. You're totally badass though, is she? Jumping right in front of Dante taking the bullet. It's from them and everything. And then she went ahead and hurled a bloody harpoon into the Clockie's shoulder herself only a few months later. Like a good circular narrative structure. Okay, you smartasses. It is not a K-Corp ampule. While it is true that K-Corp's technology was used to regenerate its employees, a barrier field like this fundamentally differs from the type of technology used by K-Corp. It is said that Lobotomy Corporation maintain collaborative relationships with other wings, including K-Corp. Through the said collaborations, they obtain bullets and ampules of diverse functionalities useful for the workings of this company. K-Corp, R-Corp, W-Corp, T-Corp, that's the 4 I recall. R-Corp Rabbit, K-Corp HV bullets, W-Corp portals, and then, what's it called? What was the last thingy? I forgot. Yeah, T-Corp for the time manipulation. It appears that this shield bullet is a result of one such partnership. Wait, this bullet will... It is said that this bullet can partially negate physical damage, which is also known as red damage in Lobotomy Corporation terminology. It will likely shield us from the shockwave created by the still as well. We have a counseling session later about your lack of focus during training. For now, please try to suppress this ordeal of noon as soon as possible. I'll give everyone a physical intervention shield, so let's try to take care of this ordeal with as few casualties as possible. Dante, let us... Alright, let's get a move on and deal with the other stellars as well. Indeed, it would be preferable if we returned after confirming the destruction of stalls in other areas as well. We will have to visit Lobotomy Corporation headquarters of different possibilities as well. We will make use of the Sephira and the shield as soon as we were able to. Good idea. Thanks to the unexpected support from Miss Sephira, we were able to explore further through the Walpurgis Night. All those trainings were for their own good. Is that so hard to understand? It was just that I couldn't help but think back to Hort's last few utterances that managed to slip through the static. It made me wonder what really went down here at the headquarters of Lobotomy Corporation. Well, wouldn't we love to know? Wouldn't we love to
나를
know?
들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔
Hey.
그 귀중한 경우의 수에
Hard. Ah, I can deploy. The announcer is fixed. Okay. I.
흡수, 오필도, 이상이요.
Oh, they go to backups. Okay. I was like, huh? Okay. If that's the case.
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
가시죠. 화투패 2패 의뢰인가요?
Wow. The infamous glitch.
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 것.
가시죠.
걸맞는
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
흑수.
오, 외부 일이냐?
이제 좀
전 준비.
나를
명령이라면
Suppress. Yes.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Fruit of understanding. Way
관리자님, 클리포드 폭주 게이지가 증가하고 있어요. 이대로면 곧 실현이 올 거예요.
Okay. Are these guys buffed? What happened? I guess so. That's a lot of observation logs. They're high level now. Level 45 instead of being 40. Okay.
받아볼 텐가.
지키기 위해서.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레이터.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지 몰라.
Nice example for the employees.
요즘 고민거리는 없어?
Inherently less time on this task.
일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
Okay, red. Yeah, sure.
불길 속으로. 차! 하!
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Oh. Well then. Hey, come on. Wait, how do you... Oh, sanity. Okay. I was about to ask, wait, you have... Huh?
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저... 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
Oh, there goes the fucking unclashable.
빠르게 처리하지.
Let's go.
차라리
There we go.
개체에게 큰
Another
피해를
one.
준 것 같아. 이 팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
아무것도 남지 마라.
There we go again.
그 오물을 가져가라.
Nice. First wave.
조금만 더
Oh,
힘내자.
okay.
이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
So this guy is going to be using. Alright. Gotcha. Well then, let's see. No need for anything else. To be fair, if that's the case, eliminate this guy first. And just have Sinclair be there. Damage this guy. in
불길
time.
속으로.
나가리판이네. 다음.
Nice.
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에게 낚여져봐. 나도
There we go.
지킬 게 많거든.
이건
Nice.
직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요.
Just
이
need to target
상황을
this guy
개체를
now.
제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
And we're done. For the most part, now just target this guy. Over and over again.
불길 속으로.
지키기 위해서 차라리
There we go.
빈틈투성이군.
관리자님, 클리포드 폭주 게이지가 한 칸 남았어요. 곧 자색 정오의 시련이 올 거예요.
Prepare for more battle and more chaos, I guess. Yeah, eliminate this guy. And try to eliminate this guy. That should be
불길
it.
속으로.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
The
맨날
wave will
당신에게
carry you. Oh,
파도는
eliminate.
반드시 밀려올 테니.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건
Okay, you can be ignored just for a bit. There we go. Now these two are going to be very interesting to defeat.
다행이에요. 개브라를 통해
Just do
토끼팀을
this.
불러야 할지도 모른다고 생각하고 있었는데
불길 속으로.
차라리 지키기 너도 누구나 나도
There we
지킬
go.
게 많거든.
And we're done. Root of Understanding. Wave 4! Okay, we return to the training team hallways again. According to the work education manual, we're going to need the physical intervention shield to survive the noon of Violet's shockwave. We stood huddled together at the hallway, remembering what Hod, this Sepra of the training team, told us. It wasn't long before the same bullets from earlier struck us. Red barriers began to form around the sinners who were struck by the bullets. Let's see, according to the schedule, we have some time before the next room arrives. One of the sinners noticed an emergency response manual posted on the hallway walls. On it were instructions on how to use a console installed in the hallways to activate the regeneration systems connected to the safety scene. It seems like it'll be worth a try. If we hurry, we might be able to activate the regenerator before the noon arrives. Oh, hey! Of course, Rodion. Rodion's face lights up as they read the manual. As soon as an announcement lets us know that the regeneration distinguisher has been modified, reactivating most functionalities of the regenerator. Hey! Physical intervention shield activated. All allies heal 3 HP every turn. Heal 3 SP every
자,
turn.
봤지? 난 믿어주면
Looks like we
배신하지
can
않아.
restore one of the deactivated systems of the safety team, apart from the basic functionalities of the regenerator. It should be recreate. Regeneration Mark II? Nah, Regenerator Mark II. We don't want heal SP for Rodion again. You can feel the sinner's body's rapidly regenerating. It didn't just regenerate our wounds, it heals their fatigue and minor injuries as well. Nice. Grant us love. Well then.
물리 간섭
Oh, hey, we're
보호자에
actually fighting this. Okay,
보호해주었어요.
this is awesome.
제 생로가 복구되어서
Not good for
정말
Claire.
다행이네요.
This is awesome. Okay. Let's go. What did it say? Grant us love. Its hands. Mercy. If the target has anywhere 20 to 20 and below SP, clash power, envy and mental fracture. And the second one is 20 and below, yeah, envy and mental fracture. What is incomprehensible? Gain 2 protection. So that's, hold up. That's the body, left arm, right arm. It's severable and destructible, so sever it and destroy it as well. Okay. Enemies. Oh, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Okay, that's where that comes from. Oppose. eliminate one hand, please. And of course Sinclair's struggling with this. That's neutral. Yeah, go with this. Eight. Let's see. Tanklev.
빠르게 처리하지.
Let's go.
차라리
I think I've seen
아무것도
this
남지
thing
마라.
before.
자세가 무너졌니?
Do you think I have?
제트의 부위가 파괴되어 있어요. 이 틈에 빠르게 제압하면 직원들의 피해를 줄일 수 있을 거예요, 관리자님.
Unidentified.
사물. 앵화.
Coulson. That'll be a 3 Coulson.
좋은 대응은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 나았을 거야. 다음엔 좀 더 신경 써보자.
전탄 격발.
Try my best. Ah. That's edge.
좋아.
Bruh.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체 제압까지 얼마 남지
Flickering
않았어.
glyphs of under. Well then, I don't care. Honestly, and that's staggered. That's broken. And if that's staggered, then let me stagger. What do you mean? Let me stagger. Thank you. And keep targeting this. Okay, I mean the first one will do it, so let's say, yeah, do that.
불길 속으로.
아무것도 남지 마라. 지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐
There we go,
합해졌겠지만
part broken.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
We're just tossing around ordeals like it's nothing. Hey. Sinclair. Thank you, buddy.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니고.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고
너?
유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
받아볼 텐가.
We have too much power on hand. Don't you love it when your team is literally filled with very good generalists and some good synergies as well?
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Grant us love. We cannot understand, nor will they understand us.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것
에이.
같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체
I think
이제
you mean
가오를
meta.
내려줄 아이가 없어졌지.
True. I mean, 1, 2, 3, also 4. I mean, I got 3 meta units, and then the rest are very good synergies for the Tremor, as well as you know, just good damage dealers in general. Hey, missions. defeat 100 enemies. Sure. Yeah, for today I'll be ending it here because it's 6 hours. 6 hours. It has been 6 hours. Yep. I'll read Dante's notes in the next stream. Don't know what's gonna be next. You know, I am thinking of actually reading Distortion Detective on stream. Like, make it a 2-part stream. So in the first one I read the first 20 chapters, and the next one I read the second 20 chapters. Or something like that. I don't know. Use hold your caption Dante. True. But yeah, thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy it, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I really appreciate all the support I can get, and for all the War Watchers I couldn't catch it live. Don't remember there's the comment section down below to comment all your thoughts and misgivings you may have with the board. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Take care and good night.